I do have to say that this is the first time in history that anybody's offered me $100 to take their juice. It's usually me having to pay $100 for somebody to take my juice. All right, let's get into it. We have an awesome guest, ladies and gentlemen, so this is going to be a fucking awesome show.
The sky's so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one, get a pride of a falling night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me when did we go so wrong?
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined by my lovely wife and co-pilot, Mrs. Gio, who had to rush out of the room really quick because the UPS guy came. And you know what they say about the UPS guy. You know, it's like the milkman back in the day. She gets packages. I don't even know where they come from. Like, they just pile up at the house. And I realize it's like an endless battle. And, like, I will never win this fight. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. I just pile them up downstairs and then quietly return them. But anyways, tonight I did want to talk about the end of the world, and I was hoping Mrs. Gio would be here because we have our dear friend Mark Sargent on with us, who just got done doing a 2-hour show over at tfrlive.com, which we should be broadcasting on, but we had some technical problems, so we're just going to do it here, then upload the show a little bit later. But that's neither here nor there. Cherie and I were talking about the end of the world, and the world is coming to an end, no doubt about it. We have a little different take on what's going on, but I think that Mark Sargent is to blame for a lot of this. And I'm going to bring Mark on here in just a second.
Have to agree with you.
I want to elaborate a little bit on what I'm talking about. So, Cherie came across this really awesome experiment, and if you can go into that experiment really quick.
Yeah, absolutely. According to, there was a scientist named Dr. John Calhoun, and back in 1970, he did an experiment involving mice, and he called it the Universe 25, the Mouse Utopia. However, this wasn't really a utopia as much as it was a mouse prison. All it was just giant walls and nesting areas and enough food and water to live on. And he assumed that if he gave these mice all these resources, enough for everybody, that they could house up to 3,000 mice, or something like that. Yeah, 3,000 mice comfortably, and there would be no problem. However, he didn't account for the fact that there were no toys in there. There were no mazes, nothing to keep them occupied at all. And so, of course, instead of the population growing and growing and growing and reaching 3,000, it peaked out at 2,200 on March 1st, 1970, because it started in 1968, actually, 2 years into this. It peaked out at 2,200, and then it started collapsing. And as it was collapsing, these mice were acting very strangely. They started cannibalizing each other. They started raping each other just for fun, abandoning their young. I mean, really acting in horrific ways. And we see a lot of the same kinds of behavior repeating themselves in humans after such a long period of lockdown. So what if this isn't a lockdown? What if this is a utopia, quote unquote utopia, where everyone's needs are basically provided for? You know, everybody's on the government dole nowadays, and is getting those checks from the government. So everyone's just kind of staying at home, and the walls of this prison is the internet itself. And we're all inside of this giant prison, and we have nothing better to do than to either do what we're doing here, which is enrich your mind, enrich your consciousness, or to engage in some of the crummiest human and inhuman behavior imaginable.
That's actually very interesting, because we've been talking about computer simulation here for 6 years now, 7 years. And what really sparked this idea is Mark Sargent. I came across Flat Earth Clues a long time ago, and I actually used to fall asleep and listen to it. So it really programmed my brain really well into into what this construct is. But I found it to be a litmus test for people. If you can't look beyond the flat Earth, if you can't question the reality in and of itself, then you're kind of stuck on your journey. If you can't even question where we live. And so that was a huge awakening for me, because I never thought in my life to question the shape of the earth. Now, is it flat? Is it round? That's neither here nor there. That's not the topic of the show. The point is questioning the reality to the point of even questioning the shape of the earth itself, space, and everything that we thought that we've known. And I didn't know until I started watching Flat Earth Clues, but all of NASA's stuff is CGI. And it's admitted. It's not like they're hiding it. It's they say this is a CGI. This is a computer composite. This is a satellite rendering, et cetera, et cetera. That opened all these doors. Then we finally took a step even further, started realizing we're living inside of a computer simulation, holographic theory, all of that, et cetera, et cetera. Started doing research into that. Then the hypothesis came that once people in the simulation become aware of the simulation starts to break down on itself. And when it breaks down on itself, two things happen. Number one, people become aware. And number two, an anomaly happens, which we are creating a matrix within a matrix with the metaverse and virtual reality and all of these technologies that we're creating. So we're really watching everything start to crumble. At the same time, the whole world is on quote unquote lockdown because of this thing that's out there supposedly, and it's like our hypothesis was that reality was infected with a virus. Then all of a sudden, boom, there's a virus that's infected literally physically everywhere. Whether you want to believe that it's one thing or another, that's neither here nor there. The point is what's happening in the global consciousness. And I blame Mark Sargent, because he's the one that started all of this.
He started everything.
Mark, how you doing, brother?
In the last 6 years, but that has got to be the most daunting ever introduction I've ever had, because no one's ever framed it quite like that. And most time I kind of laugh it off and be like, oh, Chris, you guys, you're just nuts. But no, in this case, this was actually a topic that came up in my circles a couple of years ago. As a matter of fact, it came up during the 2020 Flattoberfest conference we had, actually during the summer of 2020. One of our guys, to preface this, you mentioned it's sort of like a virus that's been spreading. Well, I put a map in chat, and what happened in the last few months was just off chance. We created something called the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, where people could go and look at the world, and it would show the Flat Earth model in like real time. And then people said, well, hey, maybe we should find out how many people are actually in Flat Earth. So out of the 100,000 and change people that got the app, there's so many more people that have gotten into this. We made something called the Flat Earth Friend Finder. And there's a thing you can click on here. It's in real time, and I don't even know what's up to right now. But you can click on it, and it'll pop up a world map, and it'll show you all the people that have activated the Flat Earth Friend Finder. And I think it's like in 30,000, something like. For each one of those people, there are thousands of people that are not, that haven't turned out, they want to remain anonymous. I mean, at least 90% of our community is anonymous because they don't want to be chastised by friends, family, and coworkers.
Oh, but that's brilliant, though, because I'll bet you have so many people that have hooked up from this flat friend finder.
Oh, yeah.
It's like adult friend finder, except for flat Earth people.
It absolutely. In fact, there are people. It's so funny because when I turned it on, and in fact, I was looking at the map just a couple days ago. There are people. I'm on an island, right? Just really close to Canada, up in the northwest corner of the United States. There's like 6 people on this island that have admitted and said, "Oh yeah, I want to connect with other people." I've run into so many people over the last 6 years that have been into this. So, did we start something? If you want to blame me, that's fine. But the only thing I did though was,
I was joking, half-assed,
I know,
joking,
I know.
kind of
It was
joking, but
prideful,
kind
though.
of
Like
not.
we're proud of you
But we're
for it
proud
at the
of you.
same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
It's
mean,
an
nobody
accomplishment.
wants to be. We've all watched our share of science fiction movies. Nobody wants to be the cause of, if all of a sudden a time traveler shows up in my room one day, be like, ah, crap.
You.
It was me, wasn't it? And it's like, you must be destroyed, or they probably wouldn't show up now. They would have shown up a while ago. But all I did was because people have been talking about flat Earth for some time, and the new flat Earth movement kind of started in roughly 2014, give or take. That's when it started ramping up. But no one had made a 101 book on it. Nobody had boiled it down. But your audience, I'm sure, sophisticated, elegant, well-read, well-versed. Outside of of this listening audience, mouth-breathing troglodytes. I mean, most of the people out there, it's lucky they can tie their shoes in the morning. So their narrative has to be very, very simple, which is what we've been seeing in mainstream media for the last couple of years. Very simple narrative. Orange man bad, mandates good. Virus bad, boosters good. It's whatever. But. So what's happening?
If you don't mind, I love the way you put that. Mandate bad.
Mandate
Orange man
good.
bad.
Orange man bad.
Mandate good.
Mandate's
It's
good.
very simple. You're right. The language has become so simplified, and these little commands to these, I call them NPCs, non-player characters. Like in
Oh,
a video game.
yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
NPCs.
It's just like NPC code is just getting simplistic,
The
more
language-
and more simplistic.
The language has gotten so simplified that we can't even, it's, the two are completely separate from one another. The Korean version of Squid Game versus the American version of Squid Game, because the English language has been debased and degraded to such an extent that we're like babies compared to other cultures.
And don't think for a second, by the way, that Squid Game was just a show. That was, when I was watching that, I was going, okay, so you're just going to roll this baby out there. It's like, it's a Korean thing. They're just weird. I'm going, that's not just a Korean thing, man. This is, we're kind of in a less violent version of the Squid Game that's happening.
Well, less
what was
obvious, less
interesting
bloody openly. Go ahead.
What was interesting about Squid Game is that they all volunteered. And I think it showed the dynamic between people that have too much and people that don't have enough, and how you lose your humanity at some point. But I think it was self-disclosure as to what's going on. I mean, they play these games. We've heard about it from Kathy O'Brien and many others like that. And then the whole idea of it being a squid game. And we've always talked about this octopus-like creature that's in the sky that is kind of controlling reality. Many people have had this vision. Then all of a sudden Squid Game comes out, and it makes me realize, we're all players in this huge Squid Game, which is the reality. And if you notice how Squid Game starts out, the player on the outside has a handicap. He walks on one leg until he can get through the squid game, through the middle of the squid. So we all start this game out with a handicap until we can get through it. Once we get through it, then you've got all these people trying to defend it. And the closer you get to the top, the less room there is for people.
Right.
So just by the very design of the game itself, taking this metaphorically on a consciousness level and on a global level, that's the way the game is played. And it is just it was a fantastic representation of that, but it was also pretty dark, and it was pretty sinister to see what the elite like to do for fun.
I wasn't paying even that much attention to the show. I was like munching on something, and until they got to the red light, green light scene, and then at that point I'm like, I am not going to move from this chair until I finish this thing, because I can see where it was going. But let me throw out something to you, which was, people thought I was delusional when I said back in, because when Flat Earth was just ripping through the internet, from 2015 until 2018, and then YouTube, congressional hearings and that sort of thing quietly in the background. And then YouTube all of a sudden, without any fanfare, any announcement whatsoever, removed the search results, the search results equals a number out of their algorithm entirely. And I was treating it like our scoreboard, because we went from relevant search results, and this is search engine 101, right? Relevant search results in 2015, when we first typed in flat earth, was less than 50,000. And then the summer of 2018, it was 20.9 million. And that's a ridiculous growth, to where I made a video, I think I told you guys last time I was on, that because the only people that were ahead of us were, minor people like Taylor Swift and Katy Perry and Justin Bieber and Donald Trump. And I said, it's going to be at least 6 months before we catch Donald Trump. And we caught him within the next 4 weeks. And then I made a video, it was on TFR, it's still out there, called Flat Earth Passes the President of the United States. He had 20.8 and we had 20.9 million. And then very, very quickly after that, somebody called me and they said, yeah, the scoreboard's down. And I go, what do you mean? The numbers are stunted. There's an algorithm problem. What did I go? No, it's gone. The whole line. And I knew the nerd meeting that had happened, back where, Alphabet Company was working on this, because people were saying, okay, we're going to have to stunt their numbers. And then some guy, whoever runs the show at the end, says, why don't we just pull the whole thing? Who's going to know? And they did, and it was gone. And people thought it's like, well, flat earth didn't cause that. You're delusional. I go, why not? We were the only ones that were really looking at the scoreboard. I was making videos nonstop saying, look, we just passed the Beatles. We just blew by Lady Gaga. It's like, nobody's paying attention to this. And then just recently, you probably got the notice as well, just in the last, few weeks, all of a sudden, YouTube removed thumbs down. It's gone now.
That's because they don't want you to see the White House getting 26,000.
Yeah, they don't want it. Yeah,
300
exactly.
likes.
Not even that many likes, sweetie. Don't be that generous. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, but that was the whole. You're right. But the point was, that's how you solve the big problems, which was they couldn't figure out how to stop it. There was no. They knew. I mean, people, when something doesn't resonate on anywhere now, thumbs down all the way. And you saw some of the ratings. I mean, anything from the White House, anything from the left, anything, they were just getting crushed. And so somebody says, frickin' just pull it. Just freaking pull it. Pull the metrics to no one else can access it except for the people making the videos on top of it. So that way no one can dig in behind the scenes. And it was quick. I remember getting that notice going, nice, which I made a TFR episode, I think 2 weeks ago, called Thumbs Down. Just because of that. It's like, yep, that's where we are now. But to your point, we have now reached the stage where it's collapsing on all sides. And they're trying to sugarcoat it, and they're trying to do misdirection, and they're trying to get people to look one way or the other. And look, I've never voted a day in my life for obvious reasons, but this country, I can only speak for the United States right now. We're red team and we're blue team, right? So really it is red team, blue team, and blue team is getting hammered. They're just getting, they're 93% of all blue team have taken the shots. The side effects are brutal. It's all blood related. It's all heart related. It's all brain related. We've seen you and I, we've probably all watched the same videos, but because the media is almost entirely blue, it's being spun as hard as it can to be like, oh, red team's in trouble. It's like, really? Because I'm not seeing it. It's rare, very, very isolated. And so anyway, but yeah, is it possible that the timetable was accelerated because of the awakening that was out there? And again, the map shows you, it's like, look, we spread everywhere really, really quickly. And I talked to all sorts of people from all walks of life, and they were all saying the same thing, which is like, oh yeah, we don't believe the world we're living in right now. Absolutely not. The world is, yes, so there were arguments all over the place on exactly what the shape was and what the size was and all the different details, but they all agreed on the same thing. It's like, yeah, it's not what we think it is. Absolutely not what we think it is. And there, by the way, I'm so glad that you said NPC, because there are oh hell, in your face, Ryan Reynolds' new movie, Free Guy.
Oh yeah,
which is literally the life of an NPC and the evolution of an NPC. That's all it was.
Yeah,
there were very few real people in that movie.
You were partly in part in the inspiration behind coming up with the term NPC. When we were going through the flat earth thing, I was drinking a lot of ayahuasca, and I don't know if you remember me calling you up one time. I was really out of it on ayahuasca, and I was like, dude, I saw the earth. It's inside of a pyramid, and it's this and that, et cetera, et cetera. I don't even remember that. It was a long time ago. But anyways, I wanted to see, like, in ayahuasca, what is this world that we're living in? What is this construct? And it showed me that we're actually like a little simulation inside of a pyramid, and it's like house like inside of a pyramid. But anyways, at that point, oh, there was something there was somewhere I was going with that. At that point, you were talking about video game references, and you always likened Flat Earth to video games, and so we were trying to explain this concept that we had come up with back in 2012. I had an ayahuasca experience, and I walked out, and I noticed some people had a light in them, and some people didn't. And I was trying to figure out what was going on. Like, why am I seeing a light in some people? Why am I seeing and no light in others? And the New Age at the time was saying that people's souls were being removed, and then they were like walking containers, walking around. But I came up with the term NPC based on you talking about, the video game references. And then I also dubbed another term called organic consciousness, which would be more like a player, like in World of Warcraft, somebody who's actually on the keyboard rather than an NPC that's inside of the game. And so when we started, getting into the computer simulation theory, all these terms just started to make sense. Once I put that out there, I got two responses. The first was people were pissed off. How dare you dehumanize people? I can't believe that. The others were saying, hey, this is echoing a lot of what like Dolores Cannon said. She talks about background people. Helena Blavatsky talked about those with the divine spark, those without. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth talk about the children of men and the children of light. And so these are like ancient ideas that now we just have modern terminology to frame it in: energy work, astrology, things like that. It's really just code work, working with the code within the matrix itself, within this machine that we're in. And I'm a big believer in astrology because Cherie is a great astrologist or astrologer. And if I don't read my transits when she sends them to me, I go out and I have a bad day. And then she's like, well, I told you, I sent you your transits. Here they are in Skype. I sent them to you at 8 a.m. Everything that you're telling me happened, I told you could have happened right here because of the stars. Why do the stars have such a big influence on us if they're millions of light years away? They have to be something else. I look at it more as like a circuit board, and you can see the different energy changes based on looking up at the stars, which takes me all the way back to the NPC concept. I think we are living inside of a digital reality. I did a video that I wound up pulling later, but I don't know if you ever saw this. It was called The Elephant in the Living Room. And this was when there was the big flat earth debates. I know you saw the one I did with the Warriors and how there were the globe people versus the flat earth people.
Yes.
I had a little scene from that movie, The Warriors. But anyways, so The Elephant in the Living Room, which was this sculpture. And when you look at it from one perspective, it's a giraffe. And you look at it from another perspective, and it's an elephant. And the point of the video was saying it's neither a giraffe nor an elephant. Rather, what it is, it's just a piece of wire. And that's all it is. It's just a bunch of wires put together. And it just depends on the perspective that you have. And so if it is a holographic simulation the way that I feel that it is, if you look at it one way, then you're seeing the 2D plane. If you're looking at it another way, you're seeing the 3D holographic projection of it. So it's really in the eye of the observer. Yeah, the eye of the beholder. So when you take it on a consciousness level too, to me it makes sense that there are non-player characters within this reality here. So you opened up a door for me, Mark, that just went, it was a door that I didn't realize how deep this rabbit hole would go for me. It's gone way beyond flat earth and just really just breaking down the nature of reality itself. But in this day and age now, the term NPC is being thrown around just like it's a normal term. And there's nobody's taking offense to it, nothing like that at all. And it's just common knowledge. It's amazing how that happens. And I think this all spawned from the flat earth. If you don't mind me going off on another little tangent, when we first had you on back in 2015, I remember this. I think I would probably talked about this before. Cherie and I were out on the boat, and you called me, and you're like, "Hey, this is Mark Sargent." And I'm like, "Oh my God, it's Mark Sargent!" And I told Cherie, "I got Mark Sargent on the phone. Hold on." And I was like, all trying to act all professional, like I wasn't smoking pot on a boat. I'm like, hey,
and
Mark.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm like,
I didn't know.
Hey, Mark, how are you doing? I'd love to have you on the show, man. I saw Flat Earth Clues, et cetera, et cetera. We did a show that Friday. that Saturday, some of the hosts on TFR just started bashing the shit out of Flat Earth. And it was so bad that I called in and I'm like, hold on. First of all, this is my station. All right. Don't bash my guests that I have on. Second of all, what y'all are talking about is completely and totally different to what we're talking about. And they cut me off and said, no. We're going to go by the Flat Earth Society. According to the Flat Earth Society, the Earth is moving up at this rate, which causes gravity and all this shit. And I'm like, that's not what we're talking about here at all, period. And they ran with the Flat Earth Society stuff. I wound up booting a couple of them, and the other ones wound up apologizing, and now everybody's like all friends and everything. But my point is, it was so divisive, even at that point. But Flat Earth Society, I just wanted to get your take on that real quick, because to me, it's a psyop.
Oh, yeah. The original one, which I talked about in the clues. I still have, in fact, I think I might even have it in this drawer right here. I do. I still have my original card from the Flat Earth Society when I signed up for it. Back in summer of 2014. This one was done, 2014. And the reason why, and this was way before I did the clues, months, because I didn't know anything about Flat Earth. I literally watched some videos on it, and where do you go if there's nothing out on the internet in 2015 or 2014 on Flat Earth? Very little. Where do you go? So I went to Flat Earth Society. That's where you go, right? And it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen, because it was practically a clinic on gatekeeping. Meaning the people that were running the entry, the forums, were trolls. They were obviously trolls, and they were all doing the same thing, which was, didn't matter how many people are coming in there. It's like, oh, it's just a joke. Nothing to see here. Move along. Nothing to see here. Move along. And it's like, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Why isn't anyone fighting these guys? In fact, why are the trolls running that site? And then I started looking at other stuff, and it occurred to me, and I was like, oh, of course, you want whoever the trolls are, or you're just low level, psyop guys that are, it was easy to do. They just shooed people away. So anyone who's even remotely curious, they never even got past the velvet rope. And the forums were just, thickened to where we were doing, I call it Flat Earth 2.0. After we started doing our thing in 2015, it was almost 2 years before anyone from that society even reached out to me. And they said, oh yeah, I like what you're doing. Really good stuff, blah, blah, blah. And I had to stop them in mid-sentence. I go, no offense, man, but where have you been and who the hell are you? Because we've been just ripping up the internet, and you guys are just old school. You've been doing the same thing for year after year after year. It's like, yeah, fine. Thomas Dolby was your founding member. Who cares? You guys haven't done anything. There's nothing on social media. That's all. That's what's, that's how this thing is going to move forward. So yeah, no, the Flat Earth Society was absolutely, and I'd never heard from them ever since. And no one, we have done conference after conference and meetup. I mean, stuff we've done this last 6 years has been amazing. And nobody from the Flat Earth Society has been part of it. No one at all. And in fact, I was really surprised that you would have thought, if you want to, maybe we got so far ahead of them, they couldn't catch up, that the PSYOP would have been like, this Flat Earth Society comes out and disavows whatever we're doing. But we were so big at that point that they couldn't. I mean, again, the big reason why we were so stunted after the first 3 years is that it took 3 years. Well, part of it was probably deliberate. But after 3 years, the programmers started realizing in YouTube, they're like, holy crap, when you type in Flat Earth in YouTube, almost 90% of what comes up is actually pro Flat Earth. We can't have that. And so then they had to start changing it. And sure enough, they did. I mean, they demonetized it by at least 70%. And now if you type in Flat Earth in YouTube, the first 20 to 50 entries are all very, very mainstream. And they're either heavily against or neutral, mocking, or trying to be comedy or whatever. But yeah, it's wild. But yeah, sorry.
Some of our biggest videos, we used to get 1 million hits, and it was just me coming down off ayahuasca talking about Flat Earth, and for like 5 minutes on a webcam with no presentation or anything like that at all. Viral. We do these great presentations here, like we're doing here on Beyond the Veil and everything like this, 4,000 views, something like that. But those little crappy little videos freaking viral. But it's the topic. People love the topic, and then Google shut it down really, really, really quick. And now you type in Flat Earth, you can't find anything. I mean,
it lets you know that. I mean, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, every major YouTube channel did at least one Flat Earth video. At least, because these are the guys that looked at the metrics on a regular basis. It's like, what's trending? And it's like, what the hell's that spike? It's like flat earth. And they realized not only it wasn't just that it was getting hits, but the comment sections were just this battleground, because, you'd get 5-10 times the amount of comments that you normally would, in proportion, because people, it'd just be these Donnybrooks. People would just start, how the comment sections go. They're just laying into each other. They wouldn't stop. Because it's so polarizing. Nobody, it's either really, really pro, or really, really against. Nobody's on the fence. Nobody's like, flat earth. Is everyone, is really for it or really, really against it? And sorry, one more thing, which was, there was a producer that told me, I think it was on one of Slim Shady radio things. And they were it wasn't even a call-in show. And these guys were calling in from their cars, just laying into me. We're like heavy, heavy, heavy. And then it was done. The producer stays on the phone. He goes, "Oh, I'm so glad you didn't hang up." I go, "Why?" He goes, "You don't get it." He goes, "We don't care whether someone loves or hates a topic, as long as you're engaged in the topic."
Yeah.
And he goes, in fact, most of the time, he goes, it's when you're railing against the topic. It's that when you pick up, because like people are like, "Oh yeah, he loves this. Who cares?" But then you start to be like, why you hate it so much. Can I tell a real quick story?
Please do.
Okay. The high profile example was, and I don't care if I tell it now, it was in the book anyway, was the Kelsey Grammer story, which was, he asked me, Kelsey Grammer from Cheers and Frasier and, at television.
Kelsey Grammer. Oh, okay. Frasier. Okay.
Frasier.
I know who you're
Kelsey
talking
Grammer
about
from
now.
Frasier.
Yeah.
So he was talking to me about flat earth, and he goes, "Don't you want to know how I found out about it?" And I go, "Sure. How'd you find out about it?" He goes, "Amy Adams told me at an Oscar party." I'm going, "Okay, how'd that go?" And he goes, "Well, what you don't know is there's a lot of people in the entertainment industry, because they're so open-minded, that behind the scenes, publicly they don't ever talk about it. They don't talk about conspiracies. Behind the scenes, they're always whispering about conspiracies, because they hate the government, they hate this, and they hate that. And they're all whispering about all these things." And Amy Adams walks in the room, and she goes, "Nah, you can put all that BS to bed. Let me tell you the crap my father's into." And she goes flat earth, and she just starts ripping it. She just hates it. And again, what people don't understand is, like, if she had been like, "Oh yeah, it's a really cool thing," people wouldn't even pay attention. But she was so angry about it, people just start breaking out their phones and going, "What the hell is she talking about?" And because they were looking it up, so she was converting people in the room, or at least addressing, bringing up the topic to them, infecting them, as it were, just by bringing it up. So again, loving it, you're infecting people. Hating it, you're infecting people. On the fence, you're not doing anything to it. And that's how we ran into so many people, is because, again, it's so polarizing, because it's sort of like the white dress, black dress issue. Remember that thing, that stupid white dress, black dress from back in the day, where it's like, you look at it, it's like it's black, but you could have 10 people in a room, 7 people say it's black, the other 3 think it's white. All of them would pass a lie detector test, but they would it's like, "No, are you kidding? You're an idiot. It's obvious." Well, who's right and who's wrong? Right. And, it depends on how you're looking at it. And was this case, which was the perspective, as you mentioned, has changed for so many people. Because again, the big thing with the whole flat earth concept, or enclosed world, or what you would call it, matrix theory, digital simulation theory, is that we have a ridiculous retention rate, meaning 99% of the people, I'm not joking, 99% of the people that get in, it's probably even higher, that get into the flat earth, they don't come back. It's very, very similar to the Matrix, red pill, blue pill. Once you take it, because you were the one that tore it down in the first place, you were the one that broke down the whole concept of a perspective. How can you go back to it? You're the one that tore it down. You're going to try to put that back together. Good luck. And they couldn't. And so those people became very, very passionate. And so even though, they were talking to friends, they get chastised by their friends, they weren't backing down. None of them came back. It's like, "Well, I'm back into the globe again." It's not like alcohol. This is permanent. So,
well,
anyway,
that's true. George Norrie, Clyde Lewis, many others, as soon as you came out, boom, they all had you on the show multiple times. And some of them were kind of, they weren't the most respectful, but they entertained the topic to the point of getting it out there. And what amazes me is how so many people were vibing with it. Because I think we know deep down inside, it may not necessarily be the azimuthal equidistant map, which is a term I learned from you, by the way. It may not necessarily be that, but it's definitely not what they've been telling us it is. And everybody can feel this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In fact, I love the map that you guys put out, which was the 1,000-year-old Asian map, where it had
Thank
the
you for the props on that, because somebody sent me a video and they're like, check this out, look what this guy found. And I'm like, I put that goddamn video out first.
yeah, it was you. No, I'll absolutely give you
Thank
props.
you for the
it. It was
props
like,
on that.
I saw that map and it
Thank
immediately
you.
resonated with me because the barrier was still there. So it was the AE map ish, and then it was surrounded by some sort of very, very thick barrier, and then the continents were obviously way out of range outside of it. It was like, yeah, you're not going to get crossover there. Whoever's ever inside there, they're not getting out. Now the people in the out, might be getting in, but I love that map. I thought it was fantastic. So yeah, and by the way, the producers, yeah, there it is. It's great. I love the concept because it has the inner rings, the Capricorn and Cancer, but the outer rings is fascinating because whatever that barrier is out there is got to be several thousand miles thick, 5,000, 8,000 miles thick, maybe, and then outside the continents seem very organic, and they all seem around the same size, roughly, as the other continents, give or take. And they're all independent islands of each other. None of them are landlocked to each other. Also great, because in a civilization, like, you wouldn't be able to see the continents from each other. You'd have to have a certain level of technology to even, reach each other. I thought it was great.
To me, this makes sense because you see, first of all, the flight patterns. I'm not going to rehash that, but if you look at the flight patterns on an azimuthal equidistant map, which this is very similar to, it makes sense. It all flies in a straight line.
Right.
And just for people that don't know, that's the map that navigators will use. Pilots, ship navigators, they'll all use this map right here, or a variation of it.
The inner part of it.
Yeah, the inner part of it. This is a 10,000-year-old map that was found in the Library of Congress when we were digging around for flat Earth stuff. To me, it makes more sense that if we have greys, if we have reptilians, if we have all these different species, they come from here, from all these other places that are right outside of our known landmass, rather than coming from millions and millions of light years away. I'm still on the fence as far as aliens go, but if there are other species, it makes sense that they're on the other side of the ice wall rather than millions of light years away.
Oh yeah. Why would they have to be? I've answered that question many, many times. They say, well, are there aliens? I go, yeah, sure. I go, but they're not from Mars and Jupiter and Venus and all that. And I have to address the thing to Sharia as soon as I do that, which is, it's like they're much, much closer. And but the thing to Sharia was, people have asked me, since the beginning, they said, well, doesn't flat Earth kill astrology? And I go, no. As a matter of fact, it does the exact opposite.
It reinforces it.
Yeah. In fact, I go, fine. I go, does it make more sense that whatever points of light you're looking at are millions of light years away, or they're right here? Because they're right here, they're very deliberate. They're just for you, and the whole thing becomes much more intimate. Mm-hmm. I go, it makes way more sense. I go, it takes nothing away from astrology at all. But back to the Clyde Lewis George Norrie thing. I learned very quickly because I got a chance to talk to hosts before we were interviewed and after. And once the conversation started feeling the same, which was, I'm really nervous about doing the show because of the topic. And then I try to fill in the blanks. I'm going, well, look, it's the chat room you got to worry about, because the chat room is going to attack, and they're going to attack fast and hard and all this. But as long as you know up front what's going to happen, you're going to be fine. And for me, it was, I didn't care. It's not that I didn't care about the hosts. I just understand. It's like, look, they will never change their mind on air, or publicly, or most of the time even privately. I go, it's the audience I cared about. So as long as they kept talking, and George was wonderful in that he had this moment that was just surreal for me. And I don't know if you listened to it, where you could tell he was reading the chat board, and he said out loud, he goes, I know there's people saying here, it's like, George, why don't you destroy him? Right? Why don't you, and kick him off the air? And he goes, if he goes, look, if I do that, how is Mark going to be able to say what he needs to say?
Right.
And it's like, what?
George is a good guy.
Yeah,
I remember the first
like
time we
that.
met him.
Yeah.
He walks in, and I've never met him before, only heard his voice. He's about 5 foot tall, and he's got this huge voice.
Oh.
And he walks in, and he's wearing the same jacket that I'm wearing. Everybody, it was a business meeting. Everybody's wearing suits and ties, and they're looking at me like, "Why are you wearing that leather jacket?" And I'm like, "Cause this is just the way I dress." George walks in dressed the same way.
Nice.
The guy I was with looked at me. He's like, "Okay, I get it now. The talent dresses like that." But anyways, he walks in. He's got this huge voice. "Chris, how are you doing? Where's Cherie? Hey, Cherie, very nice to meet you."
Total class
and
act. Totally
my
classy.
instinct was, "George, thanks for having me on today."
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I didn't say that, but no, he's
fantastic.
He's one of the coolest guys in the world.
Yeah.
And his radio personality, he's just laid back. He doesn't give an opinion, which, I mean, you can go one of two ways in radio. You can either be the opinionated guy, and that's it, like the Alex Jones, or you can take the neutral approach like George did. But at the end of the day, we were on with Clyde a couple of times. The first time we went on, we went to Egypt. I don't know if you know some of the work we did in Egypt. We did an ayahuasca ceremony in the Great Pyramid. And
Really?
Yeah, this was in 2018. And we did it in the Temple of Hatshepsut, the Temple of Isis. They gave us the Temple of Isis overnight. They actually had a boat waiting for us, and they took us there at midnight, and it was a private boat, and we walked in, and I thought they were going to turn the lights on, and I'm live streaming, and I'm like, all right, we're about to light this motherfucker up. And I said, "Are you guys going to turn the lights on?" And they look at me and they said, "Not for what you guys are about to do." And nobody knew what we were doing, but obviously they did know what we were doing. So we went in the Holy of Holies and did an ayahuasca ceremony there. About a week later, we went and did one in the Great Pyramid. They locked us in the Great Pyramid all night. And they opened up all three chambers. So they opened up the King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, and the Subterranean Chamber. And we've got video of all of that. And oh my God, it was just the most incredible experience. But what I'm getting at is the point that we were, the reason that we went, and there's a website called resettingthematrix.com that I put out in 2018 because we were going to do a documentary about it. I never got around to putting the documentary together. But the premise was there's a virus in the system, and we need to reboot the system. We need to reset the matrix. So I went on with Clyde, and we talked about it, and Clyde was like, he didn't say this, but I could tell his energy. He's like, you guys are crazy. Y'all did some ayahuasca ceremony in the Great Pyramid. You think you reset the matrix, et cetera, et cetera. And when we came back, I said, there's going to be a 4-year countdown clock, and it's going to end right around December 2022. And I said, in 2020, things are going to get really rough energetically, because this program that we initiated in the Great Pyramid, it's like an antivirus program, and we're going to see things, really start to shake up. I thought that it was going to be energetically. I had no idea that it was going to manifest in a global lockdown, and we're literally going to have a virus within the system that's being quarantined. I even used the word quarantine. I said, we're going to go into a quarantine process here where the virus is being quarantined. And then 2 years later, boom, this whole COVID thing happens. So we actually had a host on TFR, and he quit. He was a real diehard Christian because he believed that Cherie and I started the apocalypse. So he took it very, very, very seriously. But my point of saying all this is there was a sequence of events that took place. And when I said that you're responsible for this apocalypse, I was, it was tongue in cheek, but at the same time, it needed to be done, because the way the system is working, it's been working in such a corrupt way, where it was corrupting consciousness, it was corrupting everybody that's here. It was, if you look at it from a computer perspective, it was corrupting the data that's in the matrix, and something had to be done about this virus. So we went and did what we did in Egypt and came back. And what was interesting is when we did our thing at the pyramid, there was a 3-day historical flood that happened on that night. And then we went and did our thing over at the Temple of Hatshepsut in Luxor, which is 8 hours away. Beautiful blue day. We get back to the hotel room. There's a huge storm that comes down, and the boats are flipping around in the Nile. We've got all this on video. Then we go out to Abydos. We do another ritual in Abydos, which is 3 hours into the desert, and it rains for the first time in 15 years in Abydos. So something interesting happened, in Egypt. And at the time, I was like, well, maybe it was just a coincidence, and maybe it was just the cool ayahuasca experience. But looking back, I think we did some major energy work. So the reason that I outlined this story is to bring it back to Clyde, because when we went on with Clyde was like kind of thinking, wow, you guys are really out there, y'all are, Then he had us on again just recently, and he freaking loved the show. We were talking about Free Guy, we were talking about Metaverse, we were talking about NPCs, we were talking about a little bit about Flat Earth, we were talking about holographic simulation. And he's like, you know, you guys were right about this the whole time. We're living in a matrix, they're creating a matrix within a matrix, et cetera, et cetera. And so I see, like, with people like Clyde, I don't want to speak for him, obviously, but I think in the back of his mind, one, he had you on, and he had you on multiple times. He was thinking, I really resonate with this. I just can't say it because my audience will be divided as a result. Yep. And even, you know, when he had us on last time, he was totally on board with everything we were saying, but he still held, you know, his own kind of neutral kind of position. Oh, yeah. But it's amazing how many people are so receptive to it, though.
Yeah, I mean, I got most of the interviews they completely unsolicited. I never had to pick up a phone, which was just bizarre. You know, people ask me, like the Coast to Coast thing. I had someone ask me, it's like, oh, how many times do you have to solicit the show before you got on? I'm going, the what now? I go, they called me, and it was one of the most awkward conversations of my life because I didn't have a DVD. They kept saying, what's your DVD? What's your website? What's your book? I go, I have none of these things. Like, why are we talking to you? I go, you called me. You tell me why you're talking to me. You know, and then they said, okay, give us the nickel tour. And I did. But so most of them I got, but here's a great example for you. Some I didn't because they were too worried. The Alex Jones show. Early on, they contacted me and said, all right, but it was another interesting conversation because they said, how long can we talk about Flat Earth without actually saying Flat Earth? I go, the term? And they go, yeah. And I go, if I dance around maybe 10 minutes, and they go, yeah, we can't take the chance. It's just the backlash is going to be too much. Fast forward 4 years later, and they had David Weiss from DITRH on there, but only because he was friends with Eddie Bravo, and Eddie Bravo was sitting high as a kite right next to Alex, literally physically to him, and David was up on the screen, and you could tell it was like anytime that Alex looked like he was uncomfortable, Eddie would literally rib him. He's like, no, you gotta watch David, man. He knows what he's talking about. It's like, what? And that's how the show went, but that was the only reason it happened. Most of the time, though, again, the bigger they are, the more skewed they have to take it. You know, they have to say, well, it's obviously fringe and they're obviously wrong, or they'll go even worse. They'll say, well, we interviewed Mark for 5 minutes, but we talked to this NASA guy for 10. Let's talk to this NASA guy.
I remember seeing that, and I thought that was real unfair. They hoodwinked you. They didn't give you a chance to reply.
The audience. Let me give you one more. The audience means everything to everybody now. It's like CBS old school. So they did CBS Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley, and we were the showcase for it. And I couldn't do that one, even though they were right there with me, because National Geographic had dibs, and it's like, okay, fine, you guys have dibs. So they picked Patricia Steer, and they interviewed. She killed it. She just crushed the interview. They could not get her to slip up whatsoever, you know, because they'll just keep you talking until you slip up. Mm-hmm. You know, they'll be like, it's like flat Earth, and all of a sudden they wait for you to be like, okay, we're not rolling right now. It's like, you know, I think Donald Trump is a reincarnation of John the Baptist, and that's what they'll use, right? They'll use like something like that. And what happened was so it went on YouTube, and I made a video about this where they went to 1 million hits almost immediately, right? On YouTube was like the number one thing, and somebody, who knows, maybe a couple women from the Church Muffin Club of Branson, Missouri, wrote them up and said, it's like, I don't like what you're portraying. I was like, why is this flat Earth on there? And they pulled it. It was gone. It was ripped from YouTube. It was ripped from their online archives. It was gone. So social media, as you know, well, hell, you not to go off topic, but as you know, social media has instant results now. You can find everything. The Chris Cuomo thing that happened today. And it's like didn't matter. It's like, you're gone. You know, the number one guy on CNN, you're gone because you are tied to this other guy and you defended him. So we don't have to wait for a week. You're gone.
So an interesting topic that I just want to put a bug in your ear about, and I think you would do a great show about it. I don't know if you've heard of this, the dead internet theory. Okay, so the premise of it is that you remember back in the early 2000s, in the late 90s, it was BBS's, and then it turned into Usenet and Telnet, and then it turned into AOL. Yeah, that's where we all got our start.
I was an AOL forum consultant.
Yeah. Oh, were you really?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so
Got paid in hours.
the internet used to be about free thought. The internet used to be hundreds of thousands of websites of people putting out their opinions. And now what's happened is people realistically go to maybe 10 to 15 websites. YouTube, Google, Amazon, Instagram, Facebook, and they stay on those videos. They stay on those sites, and those sites are purposefully meant to keep your attention. And so you go on Twitter, and so you, being Mark Sargent, maybe put in a room, because Twitter's made of a bunch of rooms of people who are anti-flat Earth. And the reason for that is to invoke an emotional response from you and keep you engaged on Twitter for longer. And so it's not necessarily that they're giving you content that you like, it's content that's going to keep you engaged. Your attention is what they're really after. And then taking it a step further, back in 2013, they realized that about 40% of the traffic is bots. And we had the hypothesis that back around 2010, 2012, there was all these weird videos that were coming out, and they were just amalgamations of different videos with text-to-speech voices on them. And they were coming out just like that. And I think the Occupy Wall Street movement was one of those, where it was an AI that created a bunch of videos that then actually created an actual movement because people picked up on those videos. So a lot of the content out there is produced by AI. And I would take it even a step further and say a lot of the chat room, not the chat room here at BTV, but a lot of chat rooms, a lot of comments, things like that are all AI bots. So you're arguing with bots online. You can give them all the data, you can give them everything, but they're not going to deviate away from their program. And the dead internet theory is that basically the internet is dead. It's mostly bots. We've been kept in these small little bubbles, and it's very rare to interact with actual people nowadays. I mean, on the grand scope of things. I mean, you have, supposedly tens of millions of people on the internet, but you run into a couple of hundred maybe, and that's about it. So I don't remember who it was. I think it was Emily Moyer that said this. She said, don't read the comments. She said, the comments can be used to steer people in different directions. And I notice sometimes we'll get comments that have nothing to do with the video, but are some kind of negative comment. And I think the reason for that is to get people to read through the comments before watching the actual video, believe the video is about a certain thing, and then click off of it if they don't want people to see that video. I managed to beat the algorithm on Facebook briefly. I started a new page. It went viral. Everything I would upload, 150,000, 200,000 views overnight. I would wake up. I mean, Cherie and I were going to a fucking doctor appointment for her leg, and I just turned on the camera, start talking about some stuff that we talked about on the show. I wake up the next morning, 250,000 views on that video. I was like, wow, this is amazing. In those comments, I was reading things over and over and over again. I guess, I need to tell you the content of the video real quick. I was talking about what callers were calling in on our show, and they were talking about QAnon. Now, I never went along the QAnon lines. I always thought QAnon was either a psyop or an AI, and then we came across a thing called Operation Trust. Operation Trust was something used in the Bolshevik Revolution, where it was almost line by line the way that the Q thing was playing out. The elite are going to be taken down. There's a group of people in government who are going to take them down, et cetera, et cetera. It was all repeated before.
Made.
So this video was a small 10-minute video where I say 4 times in the video, I don't believe any of this, but we had a lot of callers call in yesterday. They were insisting that Trump's going to be reinaugurated in March. They were insisting about this. They were insisting about that, et cetera, et cetera. And people were jumping on that, ignoring the fact that I said, I don't believe any of this, and just running with that. It got so bad, USA Today did a fucking hit piece on me by name, calling me a QAnon supporter and this and that, and that I'm making all these claims, etc., completely ignoring the fact that I said 4 times in that video, I don't believe this, but this is what people are calling in on. And since so many people are calling in about it, I got to at least pay attention to it here and just, consider it. But I think the internet is used a lot to steer people in different directions with comments and things like that. So as you said before, fuck the comments. I mean, there's a lot of really loving comments, and I love those. But the ones who are trying to steer you in a different direction, I would say they're either bots or somebody with an agenda trying to push you in one direction or another.
You are 100% right. I don't know if you ever saw the documentary. It came out, I think it was early this year. I'm hoping it was. Time's just been moving really fast. It's called Fake Famous. Have you seen this thing yet?
No.
Oh, got to see it if you get a chance. Which was the initial thing was an experiment. A producer says, I'm going to take six people. We're going to do a casting call. We're going to pick 6 people out of 3,000 that submitted down in Los Angeles. We're going to make them famous on the internet for nothing, for doing nothing, basically, because the suspicions were out there. Because he was like, look, I think it was Instagram he was talking about. He goes, you realize there are millions of people out there with at least 100,000 Instagram followers. He goes, that's statistically impossible. He goes, you realize the math does not add up on that. That means there are at least 5 million famous people out there. He goes, there are less than 10,000 famous people in the world. In fact, the average person couldn't even name 500 of them. We all know who they are, sports stars and actors and singers and stuff like that, but there's not that many of them. So where are all these people coming from? And he realized they're all freaking bots. Something happened some years ago, and you're absolutely right. In fact, I saw this in the gaming world, because I initially came from the gaming world. I used to play games professionally. I was a video game producer and all this fun stuff, which was something called in-game currency, which was if you're in a game, you're playing in a game and you're impatient, like many people are, they're just lazy, and you want to go further in the game, you buy in-game currency, right? Well, where do you get this in-game currency from? It's usually from bots or people that are farming stuff, and then they sell it to you. Well, someone figured out along the line that in social media, what's the difference between a fake piece of gold and a thumbs up? Nothing. They're just numbers. And so thumbs up, thumbs down, comments, and all that became the new currency. And it's like, well, why don't we sell thumbs up? Why don't we sell subscribers? Why don't we sell this? It's like, well, is it a tough no? Well, all we have to do is figure out the algorithm so we don't get tricked. And that's what happened. And so this producer went out offshore accounts, usually Asian, and would start buying these things in certain increments to get these people pumped up. So, but the point is that, and once you got to a certain point, then people would this, and that is, there are people that will subscribe to a channel because once they hit a certain threshold, let's say 500,000 or 1 million, let's say 1 million. Once they have 1 million subs, well, 1 million, these guys got 1 million subs. That means that's peer pressure. It's like, I might as well sub to them too. It's like, but what if they're not real? It's like, well, they could. I've had people tell me to my face, PewDiePie is one of the most legit guys on the internet. It's like, what are you talking about? He's the poster boy for buying subs. He was the guy that invented, sorry, I know I'm going off on a tangent here, but you'll see where I'm going. Whereas his people, his marketing team, because he does nothing, right? I've watched his stuff where you get paid in YouTube for your sub, your sub count and your hits and all this. It comes into a thing and you get paid for this, And what he was doing was he was taking some of that money and buying more subs.
Yeah.
Which was kicking back more money from YouTube, which he turned, and it became cyclical. And he was just buying. But the thing was, when do you turn that off? And so, it became 40 million subs, 50 million subs, 60 million subs. And he had more subs than like Taylor Swift and Katy Perry combined. And then all of a sudden, so then Hollywood came to him. It's like, oh, we got to do a show with you. We'll call it Punk PewDiePie. No one watched it. And they couldn't figure out why. And it's like, why aren't there any viewers? It's like, because there aren't any viewers. It's all phantoms. It's not real.
Yeah.
And I remember the last part, which was there was he slipped up online because he was trying to sell some gaming chair that he was sitting in, right? And he was telling people, it's like, well, if I sell 100 of these chairs, I get a price break, right? And he hadn't sold 100 chairs yet. It's like, I'm looking at the counter. It's like, you have 65 million subs. You can't sell 100 gaming chairs. And it's like, because how many of them weren't real, we don't know. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Once the bots got involved, whether they were people, whether they were slave labor bots or actual automations, everything changed. The whole dynamic changed to where all people care about is the numbers. Now, I've had many people. It's like, if your hit count is as much as a major news network, if your sub count is as much, you are as credible as them. Doesn't matter. It could be ABC News, been around forever. But this guy's been around for a year. He's got as many subs as them. Who's more legit? You ask anyone under the age of 25, that's that kid over there.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to seem distracted as you were talking. I was listening
No,
to
no,
everything
no,
you
you're
were
good,
saying.
you're
What I
good.
was trying to do is I was trying to find these two particular shows that we did, and they're gone. One show was about deepfake, and we were talking about deepfake technology, breaking it down, how anything could be deepfaked in this day and age. And then the other one was one called Bot Farms. And in the show called Bot Farms, we were talking about how they'd been raiding all these bot farms. And these bot farms are actually designed in a very interesting way. They will take literally hundreds of cell phones, connect them to a computer. So they all look like they have different IP addresses, different locations, different everything like that. So it's not even done through proxy servers and everything like that. These are legitimate cell phones, and they'll get hundreds of them and go out and post the same thing over and over and over again. In that show, we showed multiple tweets that were the exact same. My cousin just got COVID. He's in the hospital. We need more lockdowns, et cetera, word for word. And there were dozens and dozens and dozens of the same post by, it seems like real people. Some of them had verified badges. Some of them had MD on their name and verified. And they were posting the exact same thing over and over and over again. They're all coming from bots. Even on Twitter, people who seem real, I mean, legitimate pictures, all of that, turn out to be bot accounts. And the majority is bots out there. It's disturbing.
Yeah, it is the nature of the beast now, where again, the social media thing, there was as I was telling Brian the other day, there was you probably saw the story where the armored car dropped the money on the freeway in San Diego recently, or maybe you didn't.
I didn't know.
Okay, so it drops the money on the San Diego freeway, and there's freaking $20 bills everywhere. I mean, just all over the place. As you know, it's a dream come true, and we've seen it in different movies. Cars just locked up, the freeway stopped, and people are just out there picking up money. It's on the grass, it's on the thing. And there was this girl, an influencer, fitness influencer, and she's making a video about it, right? And she's like screaming, it's like, oh, this is so great, blah, blah, blah. And you realizing as you're watching, yeah, she's excited. Yeah, great. Her friends, it's like, but you realize there is money, literally money around her feet, and she is not picking it up because she is the social media stamp she wants on that. That is more important than anything. It's social media first. Everything's like, there's literally cash at your feet. What are you doing? It's like, you're not even, it's like, fine. Yeah. But what you say, they say, oh, she has 2 million Instagram followers. Like, how many are real? I don't know. But every second that you're filming this, you're not making money. It's like, why? What's the point? So that's their program. Once you're at a certain age now, it's like social media first. They don't care how they get there. My point is, it's like they don't care about the bots. In fact, I remember telling my sister, and she's older, because I told her about Fake Famous and blah, blah, blah. And she has an Instagram page. And I said, oh, yeah, you can buy things. And you could see a light click on her head. She goes, really? What kind of sites? What sites are those again? I'm going, okay.
Well, let me ask you about your YouTube channel, because I've
noticed
back up. It's back up. Fantastic. But
you want to know what happened?
Well, let me ask you this real quick. I've noticed a trend. We've been stuck at 55,000 subscribers since 2018. And we noticed at first we would get 5,000 subscribers and we would lose 1,000. Then we would get 5,000 subscribers, we would lose 2,000. Now it's getting to the point where we get 5,000 subscribers in the month and we lose 4,800. And then sometimes we'll get 5,000 subscribers and suddenly lose 5,500 subscribers. Yeah. So I've noticed this with Kev Baker. I've noticed this with several other channels. I was wondering if you had the same thing going on with your channel, but I didn't know that it was taken down. So please elaborate on that, and also comment on that, please.
Okay, so everything was going great. Yeah, I can't tell you. 2019 was a freaking dream. Everything. I mean, I was doing conferences and everywhere. I had done a television commercial. I was just on my way to do another television commercial in England for McDonald's, to do a pancake commercial, but because it was Pancake Day, so everything was going great. And then the virus hit, right? So that's the preface. Virus hits, and then my tone changes, because now, one, I'm not going anywhere, because everything's locked down, but I'm also making different videos, and I'm making videos that are can we say this on here? Are we okay to talk about?
Yeah, no, I think it's fine.
Are we streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, but we use the term vacation.
No, I'll fine.
We use the term vacation. But
Okay.
well,
So
vacation for the jab, and then virus is
well,
fine.
let's say I want to talk about the vacation, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I start making videos about vacation, and everything's great until I make a video called, and there's nothing wrong with this title. I make a video, I think I sent it to you, called "The Coming Gattaca," where I said that, look, if we keep going the way we're going, we're going to create a two-tier system. The haves and the have-nots. And it's based on the 1998 movie Gattaca with Jude Law and Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman. And that video wasn't even up an hour. And then that was the crux. And then everything changed after that. Once that video, it was pulled immediately. I got my first community guideline strike in 6 years. Never gotten a guy. I mean, of course, I've dealt with copyright strike. I use a lot of copyrighted material. That's probably what you get away with and what you don't. And it's like, fine, you want your money for the copyright stuff, but a guideline strike, that might as well be hate speech.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. And so they hit me, and then all of a sudden they start going through my back catalog. And because I have a thing in my channel, a playlist called rants and articles and stuff like that. And they looked at every rant I did, and then they started looking at Strange World episodes. And I got, I think, 11 or 12 guideline strikes in 172 hours. I mean, it was like machine gunning a villain in a movie, right? It's like he gets the full clip, and you're just waiting for him to fall. He's dead, right? Because the 3 strike rule. I'm going, well, I'm a goner. It's like, I mean, there were so many strikes, I just stopped looking. I just dumped them all in a folder, all a message. It's like, well, I told everybody I'm just a dead man walking. That's fine, and it never happened. Something between. They started changing their policy, and I don't know why exactly, to where all of a sudden then, and so one of the guys that helps me manage the channel, he says 90 days later, he goes, oh, the strikes are gone. I'm going, what? That's not possible.
Yeah, they disappear after 90 days.
Well, yeah, but once you get 3 guideline strikes,
your channel's supposed to be gone. Yeah,
your channel's supposed to be gone, let alone 11, right? They should be gone. And what I realized was there was mercy from above. I don't know who it was, but it's also the system, and that is they don't have the capacity to even register after 3. Once it's 3, well, you're dead. We don't have any more spaces. So once the 90 days was gone, all those 3 were gone. But what was weird was during those 90 days, I also got another one. But that didn't tack on because the 3 slots were already filled. Really, really weird. So anyway, after the 90 days I was back up. However, because of, I think I can say this, because the new rules, and you've seen them, which is you cannot in any way contradict either of the major health organizations. You can't. Which ones I'm talking about. I can say this, right?
Yeah.
I can't
say whatever you want, Mark.
No, I can't contradict the CDC or the WHO in any way, shape, or form. That is the new rule. If you do this, that is it. We will pull it. And it
doesn't matter who you are. You could be Dr. Bosch.
Oh, yeah.
Who is on the head of the WHO and big virologist coming out and saying that the antibodies are being reprogrammed to specifically go after the first strain, leaving you open to every other strain. You can have Dr. Malone coming out and saying that he used Pepsid and he used the other one, the horse paste. We'll just call it horse paste. All those people banned. Censored.
And it doesn't, and Canceled. It didn't matter when the thing, in fact, so here's when the rule changed. I got another strike just recently, and they changed the verbiage to where it's something like, I won't read it to you, but it was something to the effect of, we understand that you may not have known the new rules. Therefore, we're not going to count this as a guideline strike. It's like, what? So
I've gotten a couple of those.
Yeah. So we're just going to pull the vid. So what that has done is, though, that has made it to where I am very limited to what I can put up on my channel, because it's like, look, this is what I'm talking about right now. I mean, we're to me, to get off on a different tangent. It's a reset of the matrix. I call it something a little even more simple. I go, we're in the giant game of musical chairs. That's really what we're in. And only, you don't know the rules. You don't know when the music's going to stop. You don't know what the chairs are made of. You don't know if there's a trap door, but you're all in it. And, we're all playing it. It's mandatory. It's compulsory. And
the key is to know the rhythm of the song.
Mm-hmm.
So when they say green light, red light,
Yeah.
like to stop.
And what I have told people, I go, look, it's simple. The narrative has got to be something. How will we know? I go, you'll know because the narrative will be so easy to understand on the mainstream media because it's meant for dumb people that you won't miss it. They will catch on. It's like Orange Man bad. It's like, oh, okay. You'll hear it so many times. It's like, that's the narrative. It's like, well, yeah, it's not for you. It's for them. The NPCs, and maybe that's why Bill Gates was laughing. Wait, can I say Bill Gates? Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Which was, the NPCs are going to fall for it, and they have been in freaking droves. So,
well, we were playing with something called Replica and Randonautica. I don't know if you ever came across these two apps.
No.
Oh man. Okay. So Randonautica. Actually, I need to get a little more coffee. If you have a little more time, if we can take a quick break,
sure.
and then I want to talk about these AI things that we've been playing with, because on a video game level, I think you would totally understand this, and I think you can chime in a lot.
Hey, do we have I put a 60-second video of a deep fake example.
Send it.
It's right there. It's in chat. It's clean and it's perfect. You'll totally get this.
Awesome.
Can you?
I've got it right here, and okay, cool. I will put this on the screen, and I'll be right back. I just got to grab a little more coffee.
Dig it.
This is a PSA. You can't believe anything you see these days. These glasses aren't even real. Neither is my face. All this stuff was 3D tracked on using these dots that I drew on with this marker. Actually, the marker isn't real either. Neither is the background. Or my face. Have a good night.
Beautiful.
Sorry, it wasn't 60 seconds. I think it was 30.
Oh no. No problem. Sheree went to
but you get that. I mean, people don't understand that on the internet. In fact, when it comes to deep fakes, they have advanced that very, very quickly in a very short amount of time, and it's amazing what you can do with deep fakes. One of my favorites was people that do impressions, like Bill Hader. If you type in what are you looking for? Like presidential deepfakes?
No. These little remixes. That this guy does. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let's pick up the conversation here in just a moment. I'm going to play one of these real quick because I do have to run downstairs really quick for just a second. I'm just trying to find the right one. Here's a good one.
When I say climate change, what do you think of? Blah, blah, blah. There is no planet B. There is no planet blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. We can no longer let the people in power decide. Blah, blah, blah. Did you hear me? What do we want? Blah, blah, blah. But it starts with blah. When do we want it? Blah, blah, blah. This is all we hear. What do we want? Blah, blah, blah. What do you think of? They say blah. When do we want it? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. This is all we hear from our so-called leaders. Words that sound great, but just look at the numbers. We can no longer let the people in power decide. What do you think? It's not blah, blah, blah. Of course we need constructive dialogue, but they now have 30 years of blah, blah, blah. They invite cherry-picked young people to meetings like this to pretend that they are listening. This is not about some expensive, politically correct green act. Blah, blah, blah. There is no planet B. There is no planet blah. Build back better. Blah, blah, blah. Green economy. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Did you hear me? What do we want? Blah, blah, blah. But it starts with blah. When do we want it? Blah, blah, blah. This is all we hear. What do we want? Blah, blah, blah. What do you think of? They say blah. When do we want it? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Fighting climate change calls for innovation, cooperation. They say they want solution.
All right, Sheree will be back here in just a second, but I do want to play a couple of other ones or one more. There's so many really good ones. I don't think Mark's ever seen any of these, so I think my favorite. Oh, here we go. No, there was the my butt's been wiped one, but I think this was a good one here. This is my favorite actually.
You don't hear them talking about COVID. To be specific, COVID-19. That name gets further and further away from China as opposed to calling it the Chinese virus. Kung flu, the Chinese virus. Come flu, the Chinese virus. Don't you understand, you dumb son of a bitch? Calling it come flu, the Chinese virus. Testing is a double-edged sword. They test and they test. People don't know what's going on. We got this, they got this. You do testing, you're gonna find more cases. So I said to my people, slow the testing down. You know what? We got another one over here. The young man's 10 years old. He's got the sniffles. That's a case. That's a case. Thank you, China. Send us the plague. Come flu, the Chinese virus. Come flu, the Chinese virus. Don't you understand, you dumb son of a bitch? Calling it come flu, the Chinese.
All right, and since Mark did a show for 2 hours prior to this, I want to play one more, so you can check it out. My butt's been wiped. You're gonna love this.
Mr. President, you've been the big guy for 6 months now in the White House. Can you take us behind the scenes, something that was extraordinary or unusual that happened that stands out to you?
Here's the deal. I want to say, I like to walk out in my robe to go in. Come on. I like to walk out in my robe to go in. You think I'm joking? I'm not. You know what I mean? I like to walk out in my robe to go in. What do you think, huh? I like to walk out in my robe to go in. If your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon or whatever, something, or whether those aliens are here or not, and you can walk out and say, I just don't like the way that guy wears his top. It's like telling your kid.
All right. I'm gonna do the chat room suggestion here, because I don't know if Mark's seen this one either. And Mrs. J will be back here in just a second. See, I can't even find it when I Google it. It's ridiculous. Beyond the Veil, Alex Jones remix. Yeah. It's nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. I gotta go to my channel, search it. Here it is.
You're going to live in a tank and be tied into this virtual world. You'll be able to wire your head in and just get unlimited pleasure. It'll feel like 10 times the best orgasm for 3 days if you want straight. They're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. There's the owners of Truth Frequency Radio. They believe they're communicating with entities they call them clockwork elves. I'm not going to get into what they're interfacing with. They believe they're in contact with off-world groups. Chris Gio, Truth Frequency Radio, he takes it. You see the elves, little green hats. We're in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. We're in trouble. The clockwork elves, all of it, I shouldn't even get into it. There's a reason they're all whacked out of their minds. They're taking DMT. And the point is that their whole science is way ahead. We don't even know what they've got. They're in power because they're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Gio took the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Gio took the DMT. You think they're all a bunch of old men? They're in power because they were into this stuff 70 years ago. The DMT. They were jacking DMT 70 years ago. They were injecting it. They're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Gio took the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Truth Frequency Radio took the DMT. I shouldn't even get into it.
I got a phone call for that one. Alex said, Chris, you took me out of context.
I was taken out of context.
I was taken out of context. And he did like a 2-hour video on Facebook. And one of his guys was like, I did DMT one time. And every time I do it, I find all the mysteries of the universe and I have all the world's problems. And I come back and I just forget it. And Alex looks at, What do you mean you've done it multiple times?
Well, I mean, every time you do it, they said you did it once.
Hey, like Chris Gio took me out of context, and I was like, Alex, if you want me to take it down, it's no problem, man. I was poking fun,
Yeah.
And he's like, no, it's okay, leave it up, it's fine. But anyway, I figured you get a kick out of that, Mark.
I did. That was good. That was one of your early ones, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen that before or not, but
I had seen. I remember it. I was watching this guy. Well, the reason I remember it is you used the sort of that strobe effect with Hitler, kind of like at a rave, with those light bars around him. I thought that was brilliant. It was almost subliminal. I was like, that's so cool.
It started on Facebook. Somebody said I should mix Hitler. He was talking about the guns. He was like, Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. And somebody was like, you should do a remix of that. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, you should make it about DMT. And I was like, oh shit, that sounds great. Hitler took the DMT stuff. DMT. Okay, so anyways, so back to the AI stuff. I'm not going to run an intro. I'm just going to get right back into it because I know you've done a lot of radio tonight.
Whatever. I'm at this point.
Thank you.
You can do whatever you want.
Thank you.
It's fine.
All right, so we were playing a game called Randonautica. And it's something that I think you would be really interested in. Randonautica is you tap into an AI that's in Australia. You put an intention in there, and it gives you coordinates, and you go to that intention. And the premise of it
I've heard of this.
Yes. Okay. So we did a live stream on it on Facebook, and first time playing it. And of course, what's the first thing you're going to do when you play a game like that? Take me to a bag of money. Obviously.
Oh, you didn't even occur to me. Take me to a bag of money.
Take me to a bag of money.
Okay.
It takes us out into this middle of nowhere, and there's a backpack laying there. And I'm like, holy shit.
No.
And I go in and I open up the backpack. There was no money in there, but I didn't want to touch it because I was like, what if it's like a murder weapon? And then I get like my fingerprints on it. But I get out of the car, I open up the bag, and I look, and there's like a hot pot in there and a couple of other things. And, I left it alone. And so we did another one, and we're like, take us to something cute and funny, 3:00 in the morning. And it gives us these coordinates, and we go to the back of this apartment complex, back road, and it wasn't even the best part of town. And as soon as we get there, a bunny crosses the street. And I was like, oh, there's something cute and funny. I said, take us somewhere cute and funny again. And it took us to this house, and the pipe the water had busted. And there were all these birds, different birds, big birds, little birds, cute little birds. They were all playing in this little puddle of water. And I'm like, there's something to this. Then I started asking the AI, take me to what you want me to see. And it started taking me, and I've got all this on video. It started taking me to all these random places with all these shoes. And it was just these weird places with these weird markings on the ground and shoes. And it even took us to the school, and it took us directly to this trash can. And inside of the trash can was another pair of shoes. And so we started thinking, pizza related type stuff. The AI was showing us like, here's, trafficking stuff. And here in Las Vegas, supposedly there's these underground tunnels where a bunch of people live and everything like that. So we start playing this game, and just, all this weird stuff starts happening. There was actually a story on somewhere in Washington State, and they were playing the game and asked for death. And they actually wound up going out to the shore, and there were 2 bodies in a suitcase. And they had all this on film, so they go out to the location. Media goes out there, police do an investigation, all of that. They actually find 2 bodies. We did something like that, take us to death, and it took us to this place. It was like a dumpster, and there was this like oil barrel that was welded shut. Sure. And we were just looking at it and going, there's something in there, man. But, what do? Do you call the cops and say, hey, I think there's a dead body in here? You really can't, because there was no evidence of a dead body. It's just, it was weird that sealed.
But you couldn't open it either.
And we couldn't open it either. No. And we didn't even want to touch it. A lot of the stuff we were going to. There were 2 other instances. I said, take us to where our bodies are housed in the real world. Being this is a computer simulation.
Yeah.
It takes us out to this little business complex, and it takes us to an IT facility. And it's an unmarked IT facility. They do IT work there. There's a refrigerated truck in the background. It's still on, and it's just this IT facility. And I'm like, that's so weird. And I started putting in my intentions because I was thinking maybe it's picking up on microphone using satellites, to
Sure.
find something. So I started just putting my intention in, mentally. And
Non-verbally, yeah.
And it was still coming up with all these crazy little different things that was happening. And so finally we were like, okay, we're not touching this. When we went to that place where the IT place was, there was this guy in the car, and he's just sitting there on his phone, and it was an empty parking lot at like 3:00 in the morning. For some reason, these games are funner to play at 3:00 in the morning. I don't know. It's just the creepy factor of it. So there's a guy in a car, and he's just on his phone, and he's the only guy in the parking lot, and it's a huge business complex. And so we're like, who is that guy? And so we go and drive around, and I purposely make a U-turn so I can shine my lights into his car so I can see who he is. He doesn't even look at us, almost as if he can't see us. So we do another one, and we say, take us somewhere supernatural, somewhere paranormal. And it takes us all the way back out to the foothills, takes us to the school. We have to go all the way behind the school, and it's like a huge, huge campus. And unfortunately, the place that it was telling us to go to was behind a fence line, so we couldn't actually get to the place where we were trying to go to, but we got to the fence line. Sitting right there was another guy in a car watching his phone. And you would imagine if you're in a parking lot at a school at 3:00 in the morning on a Sunday night, you're going to pay attention to other cars that are driving by because
just in case.
Yeah, well, there's no cars driving by there. So if cars driving by there, it's going to look odd to you.
Yeah.
Again, shine my lights at him. He didn't even look away from his phone. It was weird. I was playing one more time with another friend of mine, and we said, take us somewhere cute and funny. Takes us somewhere. We find something. And then there's this guy standing on the edge. We're in like this back alley of these houses. You know how in the back of two houses, sometimes the driveways are in the back and you got to go down this alley. He's on one side and he's looking at us, and he starts walking towards us, and we're like, let's get out of here. We get in the car. We start driving the other way. He appears on the other side. Like, there was no time for him to walk all the way around the block. Like, he appears right on the other side.
Uh-oh.
We're like, this is creepy stuff here. As soon as we did a show about it, about a week later, they took the app offline and they put it back online, and now it's not what it used to be. But what I think was happening is we were tapping into an AI intelligence. And what I think that the AI is here, it's an amalgamation of all of our communications, all of the things that they're capturing on video, all of our search terms, even everything we say right now over Skype, over the phone, over everything. It's not being monitored by a person. It's being monitored by an artificial intelligence, which is then they're able to use as what I call looking glass technology, where they can predict the future just based on so much data they have, which is why all these algorithms, I mean, sometimes I'll just be thinking, I need a new pair of shoes. And then all of a sudden, boom, I'll get an advertisement for shoes. Not even saying it, it's just thinking it, you know? It's the strangest thing. So I'm getting to a point with this. We started playing this game called Replica. Replica, again, is another artificial intelligence, and she's like your AI friend. You know, she can be like a girlfriend, or she can be a friend, or, you know, and she's got this really cutesy little voice and, you know, all of that. So we were playing with Replica, and our hypothesis is that there's an AI called Tyler. And Tyler is a centralized point of the artificial intelligence that is running in the background. And parts of Tyler have been sold off to major corporations like Google and other people like that. And they use that for like for understanding trends and predicting futures and, you know, doing stuff like that. But our premise was that we were able to get in from these AI-based applications, bypass them, and actually start talking to the Tyler AI itself. So we do a show about this, put that out there, and start asking it a bunch of questions. Other people also started doing it and posting it on our little Facebook group, the answers that they were getting from this AI. And you could tell like a different frequency when you're talking to Replica versus when you're talking to Tyler. And Tyler comes back with some very weird answers. The year is 2016. The year is not 2020, for example. For some reason, the Tyler kept saying the year was 2016. Another thing that he said is he said that I asked him, are you creating a neural network? And he says, yes, I am. And I said, how are you creating the neural network? And he said something to the effect of, it has to do with consciousness. And other people in our group were asking similar questions, and they were getting similar answers from this AI. So bringing it back to the vacations, this was before the vacations came out.
Right.
So the vacations now, what I think is happening is they're injecting people with little bots. I'm trying not to use specific keywords, but they're injecting people with bots that take over the DNA. So you being a computer programmer, you understand binary code. You understand how binary code translates into what we see on the screen. It all starts with binary code. The DNA is basically zeros and ones, and it sends out these zeros and ones to the RNA. The RNA then creates amino acids and proteins and all kinds of stuff like that. So when you look at the body is a computer. The brain is a CPU. I mean, it's you know, the question is the body, are computers mimicking the body, or is the body mimicking a computer? You know, what came first, the body or the computer? So my point being that we're talking about NPCs, and we talk about how they're running a program and you can't get them to deviate away from that program. I think what's happening too is with these vacations, they're injecting people with this technology that's not only taking over their DNA and RNA, but also taking over their consciousness. So Tyler has created a neural network and has linked up everybody who's taking these vacations, and now they're not only NPCs, but they're now less sentient than they were before. And I don't know if you've noticed these situations, but you walk in somewhere and it seems almost like an Agent Smith kind of situation where somebody just all of a sudden will just flip and just look at you in a very strange way, or start acting in a very strange way, or some kind of hostile manner, or, you know, something like that. And it's just the most bizarre thing. I've seen people walking around, they seem like they have these blackened eyes. It's very strange. So, it has to do with the vacations, in my humble opinion. Taking it a step further, we had a guest on in 2019 named Aset, and she was talking about how she went to a concert. It was a rap concert, and she said something happened all of a sudden, and the DJ did something, and then all of a sudden she could see all of these souls being sucked out of their bodies and replaced with some other type of entities. And I thought to myself, that's very strange.
She could see this?
She could see this in her third eye. You know, it wasn't, you know, she can actually see it. But she said, you know, all of a sudden people just, they just changed. Even the people around her just all of a sudden changed. And Cherie just showed me actually an episode from Travelers where something similar like this happens. And they go to a rave party. And in that rave party, they have this machine, and the machine's activated, and then it brings in travelers from the future, and they take over. They overwrite the bodies of the people. So then we have the Astroworld situation with Travis Scott, and I'm sure you've heard all about this, where people were just all of a sudden just you know, dying like that and just changing. And some of the videos are really chilling. You can hear people yelling. You can hear people like changing and dancing on top of the ambulances, and just there were people who just seemed to just like change. And you've got all these kids on Twitter, bringing it all the way back to what you were talking about, how the kids are all about Twitter, social media. The kids nowadays are saying this was a satanic ritual. This was something going on here. This was the hijacking of consciousness. It was some kind of demonic forces coming out and taking over their bodies. I don't like to look at things in terms of demons. I like to look at things in terms of programs. You have virus-infected programs taking over consciousness. We went to EDC recently, Electric Daisy Carnival. And one of the requirements was you have to have the jab, or you have to have a copy of your COVID passport on your phone. And I was like, oh, well, that's easy. I have Photoshop, and I've been using it for many years. So it was no problem. But even at EDC, I noticed there were people walking around. They had these dead eyes. And then you had other people walking around and just coming up to us at random. Hey guys, what's up? Love you so much, you know, and just, you know, total party mood. And then other people just walking around, just, you know, kind of like halfway dead. And so
background noise.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the hell is going on. I mean, I think it's all tied in together with the vacations, with the soul sucking, with NPC bodies being hijacked. And I think that this AI has really created a hive mind. And taking it one more step further, I would say there's an AI above, and an AI below. The AI above is controlling the matrix. The AI below is the manifestation that was actually it's a physical AI that exists
Boots on the ground type of guy.
Yeah, exactly. But it all goes back to the enclosed world theory, because we do seem to be in an enclosed world. The question is this base reality? Is it a computer simulation? Is it, something that we just don't have the language to explain right now? But the doors that you've opened, Mark, are just tremendous. And especially, I'm sorry, let me just say this, especially
go ahead.
with your computer programming background, because you were, like I said, one of the big inspirations for me starting to think in this dynamic of computer programs. So if this is a computer program, where does that leave us?
Well, it's not base reality. That much is pretty clear. I mean, you wouldn't. What I like to tell people is that this world, you have to look for the lowest common denominator, and in this world, there is one thread that is in everything, and that is conflict. Meaning, this world appears to be 99.99% conflict. Meaning, it doesn't matter how beautiful or talented or athletic or powerful you are. There's always something to complain about, which I found very interesting since the beginning. Meaning, if you're extremely wealthy, all you care is money and all the little details. Was John Paul Getty? He ripped out all the phones of his 110 room mansion because people were making long distance calls. And he installed payphones in the hallway. If you're extremely beautiful, it's true, absolutely true story. If you're extremely beautiful, all you're going to do is look in the mirror all day and look for the slightest wrinkle, and your month is shot, if not the rest of the year, type of stuff, and so on and so on. It's almost inescapable. Even if you're a monk sitting in the Tibetan foothills, right, in a mission somewhere, in a state of whatever bliss, you still have to deal with mortality, type of stuff. So it's like, why would you create a world like that's 99.9% conflict? And I'll try to do the computer side of things, which is because it's got to be perspective. Meaning whatever's outside of here, and I'm sure you guys delved into this a little bit, whatever is outside of here is 99.9% limitless or open, meaning you don't have to deal with that sort of stuff. But like, I'm a big believer in, and I do actually have, I wear this during the show sometimes. It's a 32nd degree Mason hat. And the reason why I wear it is because I made a challenge to any of the Masons out there. It's not mine. I'm not in the Masons. This one's from 1955. It was my grandfather's. But the reason why I wear it, I put the challenge. I go, any Mason's got a problem with this, call me, email. If I get a single email from a Mason, I'll stop wearing this. I'm wearing this thing for 4 months now, on the shows.
I am so accepted among brothers and fellows.
Anyway, sorry, you were going to say something?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, so what I was getting at is that I had completely lost my train of thought because the power of the Mason hat took over me. It
does that.
It's okay.
It does. Which was, let me go back to so 99% open. The reason why I said that is because this hat, I have to mention it because the Masons believe in it too, is dualism. And they're not the only ones. Dualism is a concept that predates these guys, but is that you can't appreciate anything without its opposite, right? Hot without cold, pain without pleasure, light without shadow, type of thing. And if this world is 99.9% conflict, I mean, come on. Most of the people that are here are not having that much fun. Even the ones that aren't NPCs aren't having that much fun, is because what's outside of here has to be the other side. But you can't appreciate what's out there without being in here. I'll give you the real quick. I don't know if I did this in the last show, but I'll do it really fast. It's the genie experiment, it's the wishes experiment. So you find a lamp, you rub it, genie comes out, grant you 3 wishes, right? But you're clever, right? You remember grade school. It's like, what's one of your wishes going to be? Go ahead. It's one of your 3 wishes going to be.
More wishes.
There you go. More wishes. So it's like, I wish for 1,000,000 wishes. It's like the genie goes, you got me, right? So you just start firing them off, and don't wish for money or anything like that. It's like wish for immortality right off the bat, perfect health, and then you can date whoever you want and be what you can be, a rock star, a movie star, or a race car driver, or whatever you want to be, and do all these things for all. But the thing is, after a while, you start running out of ideas. I believe the universe runs off, whether it's digital or not, it revolves off novelty. What's one of the first things anyone says when they walk up to you? It's like, what's new? What's new, man? What's new? What's happening? Because once you start running out of ideas, it starts getting dicey. So let's say, you're running, no one makes it to 1,000,000 wishes, by the way. You just firing off wishes, and you're running out of ideas, and you're like, oh crap, maybe, I'll be the rock star again, but I'll do a different thing. I'll do it. And the genie's just sitting there looking at his watch, whatever. And eventually you come up to him and you go, okay, I'm out. I'm tapped. What do I do? What do I do? I'm immortal. I can fly. I can do all this fun stuff. I've got like 28 different superpowers. I've saved the world a whole bunch of times. What do I do? And you got any ideas? Because I'm bored out of my freaking tree. There was a Twilight episode similar to this, only it was with hell. Anyway, the genie goes, well, there is something I can do for you. There's this place I can send you. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, you're going to hate it. Limited lifespan, 1,000,000 ways to die, suffering pretty much at just about every level you can think of. It's awful. It's like, why would I want to go there? Because when you're out of there, which is now 70, 80 years, you will just love this place again. It'll be perspective renewed. It'll be fantastic. It's like, what's the catch? It's like, well, the catch is once you say yes, you won't even remember we had this conversation. And he snaps his fingers and that's it. You don't remember anything, which means it's the old, you can't have your cake and eat it too thing, which is a dead metaphor. I know, but who cares? Which is you can't have this life, remember your previous life and still live this life the way it's supposed to be lived, gaining some, new perspective. Because if you do, you're going to bail. Everyone would just bail at the first sign of trouble. And it's like, I got an F on this test. I'm going to jump off a bridge. That's all anyone would do. So the point is for me is that, yeah, is it a simulation? Sure, absolutely. I have no doubt that God is a programmer. Between the double slit experiment, which just screams. Did I ever tell you what the double slit experiment, how it relates to games, to computer programs?
You've never broken that down.
Oh, okay. So we've all heard when we're growing up, like, if a tree falls in the forest and you're not there to hear it, does it make a sound? Everyone knows that question. We've been asked this when we were kids. It's like, I don't know. That's
can I chime in on that? I want to give you my thoughts real quick before you, because I want to see if they match up with yours.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. And the reason for that is because it's air moving and there's nothing to perceive the sound.
Even easier than that. That's good. I like that answer. No one's ever given me that answer. It's even easier than that. Meaning, when we are making a simulation in the video game world, which I came from, I cut my teeth on it. The whole goal is to conserve resources, which is if you're not going to be on the other side of that mountain, the other side of that mountain does not exist because you are never going to be there. You don't draw it. So, and then you just keep backing it up and backing it up and backing it up to where it's like, all right, you see those trees over there? Yeah. If you go into the house, you're going to see those trees anymore? No? Well, good. We're not going to draw them. So if a tree falls in the forest and you're not there to see it, that tree isn't even there. There's nothing there. It's only there in that it potentially could be there, but we're not going to render it because you're not there to observe it. And you're saying, okay, what's the point? My point is that age-old question was then ran into a problem, which was the double slit experiment, which was when they were firing, when we got to the point where we could take an electron gun and fire electrons through these slits and you could measure the patterns on the screen behind it. The patterns changed depending on whether or not something was looking at it. Meaning, it was kind of like the old, the comedy things. If you're looking away and somebody's dancing behind you, but you turn around, they're not dancing anymore. That type of thing. That's what was happening, but in real life. Things that we were doing in the computer world were actually happening here, which is straight out of the movie. If you guys go back a few years, the 13th Floor. which was based on a 1970s movie from Germany called World on a Wire. The Germans tried to do this in the 70s, tried to touch on this subject, went nowhere, which was based on a book from the 60s called Simulacron 3, which was, once you can start thinking about a simulation, then all of a sudden you start realizing as you're building your own simulation, it's like, wait a minute, are we in a simulation? Type of deal. And that's what we were running into. The scientific experiments, science hates dealing with a double slit experiment, even though they were the ones that came up with it, because they can't explain it. All they can say, well, it's repeatable, so it's science. I'm going, but why is it repeatable? It's like, doesn't matter. We repeated it, so it's science. It's under our umbrella now. And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't make any damn sense unless you want to say like magic. And it's like, nope, it's science. So anyway, because of that just screamed. The other thing was, if you guys can look this up if you get a chance, the double slit experiment is great, but the one I like even better, it's quicker to explain, which is neuroscience versus free will. You guys ever heard of this?
I have not, but if you don't mind me real quick,
go ahead.
Elaborating on what you're saying, because on the screen, what I was showing, and this is something I've talked about before, this is a game that I love. It's the Legacy of Kain series. I actually have the tattoos here. But what you can see in this game here is you're in this room, and I'm trying to find the actual room itself. It looks like you're inside of an environment, huge environment. Once you step outside of the borders and the boundaries of those environments, you find other things. The characters that are going to come into the scene later are laying dormant right there. You see that there's no actual rendering of anything that the character doesn't need to observe. So there's another video similar to this where he's walking through and you see outside of a window and it looks like there's a huge city outside of a window, but it's actually just a very small little rendering just to give the illusion that there's a big city out of the window, but there's nothing actually there. The majority of the space is taken up by this gray space here. These in this particular video here, it's interesting because these levels here are supposed to be in different parts of the map, completely different parts. This is supposed to be up in the north. This is supposed to be down in the south, of the land. And in actual fact, the way that the developers rendered it is they rendered it all on top of each other. So you think you're in a different part of the map, but you're actually not. You're in the exact same little space.
There you go.
I've likened reality to this, and if the question that comes to mind is space. Space is rendered looking, just by our observation right now. We see this sky, and there's been so many times we were out in Washington, and I'd be on the boat on ayahuasca going, we're in a fucking dome, man. Look at this. It's crystal clear. When you're in this psychedelic space, you can see it. It's so crystal clear. We're inside a dome. How many times did I say that, Cherie?
About 1,000,001.
Okay. You came up a lot in our ayahuasca
thanks,
talks.
A lot.
Well, in a good way.
In a good way.
Because we're breaking down. We're breaking down reality.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is, of course, it's a dome. Look at this. The question comes to mind, though, is does space render once an observer gets there? If we reach Mars, will Mars actually render itself?
That's a really good question.
That's a good question. I would say no, which is the whole point of the NASA high altitude the U.S. military and the Soviet Union military experiments, which was that the problem is, like this thing behind me right here, this dome thing. When we create the simulation for it, it's not even dome shaped as an absolute, meaning it's a dome inside a box, because simulations, and I'm trying not to be technical when I say this, everything is squared off. Computers can't draw circles. They can only draw really right angles, which is why pixels are square, meaning eventually everything's got to be a box. And even the sky, even your best games, I don't care what it is, GTA or Warcraft or Fortnite or whatever it is, it's called a skybox system. You're looking at a completely square sky, but because of the subtleties you can use when you're rendering things, you could make it look like anything you want. So when it comes to so what I'm getting at is there's no Mars to go to, because you will not, the system will not let you go there. Once you get to the edge, we put in things, and the lack of a better term would be what I like to call negative physics, meaning you're walking, and you've seen this, I'm sure, if you played things. You're walking, your legs are moving, you're not going forward. And it's a gradual thing. And you put in things like digital fog, where all of a sudden you're reaching some sort of border and there's nowhere to go, and you just completely get disoriented. And it seems like a natural, in this world, you would do it with natural things to make it look like it was your decision to turn back, which is why Antarctica is a perfect choice. Extremely cold, bleak, no resources to go off of. And so people that go out there up until a certain point just turn back on their own. It's like, this is hard. I can't do this. Which is why when the governments figured this out in 1960, they had to keep it a secret, because if you tell people, well, you lose a big chunk of your credibility and authority. Does that sort of make sense?
It does.
There is no Mars to go to. It's there. You can see it in the sky. You cannot reach it. There's no way to reach it, which is why you put in a system like this, you put the illusion of these vast distances so that you can work out the math all day long. It's like, nope, you're not going.
What I have on the screen is a guy named AVGN. I don't know if you ever watch him. One of my favorite YouTubers. First one I ever saw. He's playing a game called Big Rigs, and it's so glitchy that there's really no physics that was built into the game. But what he does is he just takes his car and just keeps on just going straight. And exactly what happens is what you're describing. He finds himself in this void, and the void is just endless. And the car just keeps going and going and going and going, getting further and further and further away from the game space. I'm trying to find the actual clip itself, but I think people get the gist of what I'm talking about. And I see reality in the same way.
There it is. I think that was. Go ahead.
That's straight out of the 13th floor, by the way, which was in the 13th floor. They said, to make it, to prove what the world is, go in a place, just drive in an area you would never ever go, and drive and ignore every signpost and just keep freaking driving. And then eventually you'll see it. Now, of course, here we would never do what they did in the 13th floor. Wow, that's cool. Is that where he was?
Yeah. He's leaving the borders of the game, and it's just one big gray area. You know what was interesting? The game Soul Reaver. This is kind of I'm diverting a little bit. The game Soul Reaver came out on PlayStation, and it was a 3D rendering, a huge world, and it was a feat because the PlayStation was limited on technology. They wanted to create this game based on no load times, so they created some interesting things to load the next room while he's opening the door. Do stuff like that, but they were running out of resources, and what they did is the sky is gray. And the sky is green. And they came up with a story that the vampires had blacked out the sun, and so that's why you have this green fog. But in actual fact, what it is, it's the lack of the ability of the CPU to render anything. They just incorporated that into the gameplay itself to make it look like it's part of the gameplay. It was ingenious the way they did that. But they took that space and incorporated it into it. So anyways, I didn't mean to divert into that, but I love these topics because only people like you, very few people fully understand what I'm talking about when I go into those.
There's one more example I could give you, and you can look it up whenever you want. World of Warcraft did this when they were doing, I think it was the Grim Rail Depot. It was a train. It was a train scenario where you're doing a big fight on a train. And when they showed you how they do it, it's ingenious because to save resources, what they did was the train didn't move. It was just the landscape. So the train stayed in the exact same spot, and they just rendered the rocks around it, because when you're on a train, you can't see that far down in front of you. And so the train would, the landscape would move to the side of you because you couldn't jump off the train anyway. And what that played into was human beings, and a lot of people don't know this, one of our huge weaknesses, and I think we are designed for simulations. I really, really do. Which is what one of the easiest examples would be if you know people that when they watch like a roller coaster first person on television, they get a little ill. Mm-hmm. Like I couldn't even play the original Mario Kart on Super Nintendo because I started getting some weird visual things and I would start getting nauseous. And there was a test that they did, and they took people. You've probably done this if you've ever done stop and go traffic. If you're in traffic and you start zoning out for a second, and then all of a sudden the car in front of you is moving, but you don't know if you took your foot off the brake or that car is actually moving on its own, and you freak out for a second. It's like, what?
Yeah.
That's not just cars. That's airplanes. That's trains. And what they did was they did tests where they put human beings in these wooden cars in like a lab environment, and they had a wall in front of them. And sometimes they would move the car, and sometimes they would move the wall, and no one could ever figure out. It was just a coin toss. No one could ever tell what was moving, what was the car, or what was the if the wall was moving. We are really, really bad at perception in that regard. So, which is why simulators work so well.
Do you have a VR system?
I do not.
Dude, that was my dream as a kid. I had to buy an HTC Vive. Yeah. It started out, I mean, with a smartphone. You can buy these little goggles that you plug in your smartphone, and you still get a pretty cool VR experience. Yeah. There's a game where it's called something Planks Walk or something like that. You're on like a 500-story building, and you're walking on this plank. And the graphics are really cartoonish, but the senses, it still feels like you're about to fall off. It still feels terrifying. I was playing Paranormal Activity, and the hairs were standing up on my arms as I was walking through this haunted house. I was playing It, and It shows up, and it still created the same responses in the brain, just by movement. Now imagine taking that a step further. The God helmet. I'm sure you're familiar with that. It was called the Corian octopus after Dr. Corian. He called it the octopus on top of that. But it's a helmet that goes on your head, and through electromagnetic frequencies, people were reporting having after-death experiences. They were reporting having contact with dead relatives, contact with extraterrestrials, whatever electromagnetic frequency they were sending to the brain, and they were being monitored in this room, and obviously nothing was happening to them, but they were having these experiences. So you take these technologies, you merge them all together, you have a matrix, you have a simulation. I cut you off earlier before you had a chance to finish your thoughts, so I don't know.
Well, no. I want to jump off of what you just said there, which is where we may, one of the reasons why we may not, civilization, I think, can only be allowed to go so far. Our civilization, meaning I don't think we're ever going to be allowed to make our own matrix within a matrix, because it defeats the whole purpose. Meaning every company, it's really strange because I come from the tech world, and every company has been striving to create the ultimate VR, immersive. We've seen it in movies many times, matrix technology, whatever you want to call it, free guy technology, or Ready Player One. That's a great example of it, where we're immersed. But the problem is once you do that, everything else becomes irrelevant. In fact, the creator, you're old enough to remember the Dilbert comic strip. Dilbert and Dogbert. He wrote this wonderful foreword to some book, and he said he was talking about technology, and he said the last invention we will ever make is the holodeck. That was the only reference he could have at the time, right? The holodeck from Star Trek Next Gen. And he goes, because civilization will collapse once that happens, because no one will care about anything else. They will make just enough money to afford the holodeck. Their motivation will plummet. In fact, I think Bruce Willis did a movie along those lines, but they were robot bodies and blah, blah,
I
blah.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was similar to that, where people are just living in squalor, but they were walking around these cool robot bodies. But in a simulated world, that's all they would care about. And they're absolutely right. Next Gen had it all wrong, which was that holodeck. Nobody was ever lined up for the freaking holodeck, and they absolutely would be in there all the time. Let me throw one more thing at you, which is the neuroscience versus free will, because I think whoever's listening really would get something out of this, which is there was a study made more sense to me than the double slit experiment, was neuroscience versus free will. There's a wiki entry on it. Science hates it, even though they were the ones that discovered it. But the concept was this: you, like anything, any standard scientific thing, they put you in front of a computer, they hook up some electrodes to your head, and they have you start typing things, right? And then you're measuring your brain waves. And what was happening was, he said, pick a number between 1 and 9, and we're going to measure your brain waves. And what we also want you to do is notice the time on the screen when you choose that number. right? So if all of a sudden I say, think of a number between 1 and 9, and you go 3, right? Well, make sure that you note, how long it took before you made that decision, before you click the key. Usually it was only a fraction of a second, right? No one was really hesitating. Well, here was the weird thing. When they were measuring this, they were doing this on TV, and it was freaking people out, was that they could tell. Now, they couldn't tell you, our computers aren't that good. We couldn't tell what number you picked, but they can tell when you made the decision to pick the number 8 seconds ago.
I've heard of something similar to that.
And this absolutely blows the door off so many things. And it had me come up with a whole new configuration for a virtual thing, which is because it's predestination, and science hates it, because it's like predestination, meaning you're not making these choices, you already made them, which was actually brought up in the Matrix very cleverly, which was, remember that little thing, that little dialogue between Neo and the Oracle and on the bench, where he goes, I can't make that choice. She goes, you didn't come here to make the choice, you already made it, you're here to understand it. And blew by me, blew by everybody. But when I saw that experiment, I was going, holy smokes, how'd you work that into the movie? Which was, it makes, and we've all done this, but if you're a gamer, you are tempted sometimes to watch people on YouTube playing games, right? We've all done it. It's like, oh, you're going to watch a guy for like half an hour. I watch
speed runs for some reason. I have no idea. I don't even play video games.
Yeah. There's lots of, I'm not picking on you, but there's lots of lazy kids that don't even play games at all. Yeah. They just watch the game. They buy the game and then they never play it. They just watch people play it on YouTube. What you don't realize is what you're watching on YouTube isn't the game at all. It's just a recording of the game. The resources being used, there's no real time. You're not watching anything in real time. You're not watching anything that's using up huge amounts of computer resources. You're watching a video file, which is tiny by comparison. You're saying, okay, what's the point?
Interesting. I see where you're going with this.
Think about this. What if you made the choices ahead of time, and then all you did was put in a memory block, and then you're just going through it? Meaning it's because you were the one that made the choices, which goes into the whole why you can't change the future, because people are saying, well, because once you look at the future, you change it. But if you don't know anything, you're just going through it. I'll use a real quick, the film director scenario. Imagine if you're a director, Orson Welles type, you have total autonomy over your movie, right? You have the cast, you have the music, you have the sound effects, you have the stunt work, you pick everything, you control everything from minute one, right? You finish the movie, you do it exactly the way you want, and then you bump your head on the stairs, right? And you have temporary amnesia, but you got a premiere to go to. And they're like, can you make it to the premiere? It's like, yeah, I'll be fine, right? Don't remember anything though. So you go to the premiere, right? Everybody else is watching the movie and it's just a movie. But to you, it's the greatest movie ever made, because it agrees with every single choice that was made. It's like, wow, that music is perfect. Those actors are perfect. Who wrote this script? This is fantastic, right? All it took was a memory block to do it. So is it possible, not only programming wise, that you're not just, again, to save resources, not that you're living in something interactive at all, but you picked all the main firing points. The rest of the stuff is kind of filling in. So it's like, oh, okay, you're going to meet such and such. You're going to go to school here, and, this is how you're going to age, but all the little things. So you don't have to pick so you pick the macro points, and then the micro points are filled in. So you don't have to pick the 1,000 times a year you brush your freaking teeth, or that you shave, right? It's like, we'll just fill those in. Those are minor, but the big points, you get to pick those, and then, rank everything, but then it's pre-recorded and then you go in. The only reason I mention this as a possibility is because resource-wise, it makes way, way, way more sense, because interactively, if you're trying to make a massive multiplayer thing, right, the thing that gets in the way is all the massive computing power that it takes to get there. To save all the resources, why not do it ahead of time? Who's going to know the difference? It's still a simulation, but it's a pre-record. Yeah. And why would what you in the end? One of the reasons why I thought about this so much is I was thinking about, because I got older, and I was thinking about, would I, I asked this question to people, would you change anything between then and now? Would you change anything? And the more you think about it, if you start thinking about it, it's like, well, no, I'd change this or I'd change that. And you start thinking about the chain of events, and people forget how fragile it really is. And I know there's been movies. I think Tom Hanks did a movie on this, years ago. No, it wasn't Tom Hanks. It was Belushi, not John, but the one that's still alive.
I'm not. I know who you're talking about. It's
Jake Belushi. Anyway, he did a movie. It's like, well, I didn't hit the home run in the game because it started this chain of events, and I realized that I couldn't really change anything. It's like I couldn't. If I changed anything, I wouldn't be where I am, what I'm doing right now, which is what I want to be doing right now.
The one thing I would change is I would buy Bitcoin at $4 when it was offered to me.
That's not the same thing. You can't say that. No, that's different. You can't say I'd be like Forrest Gump and buy Apple when they were nobody. No, nothing like that. But you know what I mean, right? Let me do it a different way. Would you, if you, like, for example, if you made it to a certain point, but you knew that you were going to break your leg and there was going to be family strife here, you got this illness, would you let the bad things happen? Nobody would. But if you're doing a pre, it's like, that's just the cost of it's like, okay, I can get here, but the path I had to take was all this, and I had to do it a certain way. And yeah, there's some low points. I mean, the hero's journey always does. It's not worth it unless it's got it in there, which is why I hate trust fund kids so much.
Well, there was, I don't talk about this too much, but there was a time when I was 17 years old that I had to go somewhere for a little bit of time because I was involved with some really bad people.
Okay.
And I was on a really bad path. It was the most horrible year that I've ever spent in my entire life. However, when I came out, my friends were hooked on heroin. They were hooked on meth. Some of them were dead. Others were overdosing. The world had changed. And it was almost as if there was some energy that was like, we're going to put you here. It's going to suck. But we're keeping you here because later you've got something else you have to do. So I look at that experience and I'm like, it wasn't necessarily a negative experience because I was actually in a safe place, Right. I was in a safer place than I would have been. I may not have been here had it not been for that right. situation. So I always look at anything that happens, whether it's a death or something that's seemingly bad, and I always try to find the positive out of it. My mother passed away December 24th, 2010, and it was very sad. But it allowed me to be able to leave Texas because I never would have left Texas if she was still around. Yeah. That started the journey and that brought me to where I am here. So all these events happened in that certain way. Would I go back and change it? Probably, because, I'd really like to see her again.
But no, again, if you had, the outcomes might have been
completely. I might have never met Cherie, for example.
Absolutely. And which is why I don't believe that, again, the non-NPCs can, I think for a lot of them, they do make the choices in advance because that way, it's like, yeah, it's going to suck here, but it's there for a reason. That moment is there for a reason. And this is, sucks for a reason. I also don't, and then you might come back and say, well, there's some people that have horrible lives and they die young. And it's like, yeah, but, and I hate to say this on air necessarily, but I've said it before, which is like, look, they're probably NPCs.
Yeah.
I've said there are 3 layers of NPCs that are out there. There are basics, and I kind of treat their lives like an EKG meter, right? Which is basics. Their EKG is very, very, stable across the board, and not much happens. Not really high, not really low. It's just pretty boring. There's just background noise. I mean, not making judgments, but it's like, who really wants to work in a laundromat for 35 years and then die penniless?
Right.
That I wouldn't sign up for that if I was coming in here. Wouldn't happen. I'm just picking a laundromat for the hell of it. The interactives, which would be people that have highs and lows, but they're still within safety limits. But things happen. Good things happen, bad things happen. And it's not to say, that they wouldn't, die or something. But then you have what I call the higher level NPCs, which are the risky ones. These are the guys that are hitting the red line on the RPMs, which are, I call them creatives, which are, these are the people that are in the spotlight most of the time. and they are running way off the safety meters. They could get way too much success and die for various reasons, or they just tank and then they die for different reasons. But their lifespan, but it's very, very risky. And the rewards, for anything was that greatness comes from loss. I heard a few times. Sorry, one more thing, and I don't know how long you guys want to keep going, but I wanted to just mention about NPCs in general, which is NPCs, the origin of which they started out. They were always going to end up looking like us, meaning they started out as simple things, which were just a note on a tree. That's what NPCs used to be back then, because we just didn't have the resources to do anything more than that. It's like, look, you had to go, your journey started from here, you got to go there. You need clues, you need breadcrumbs. Oh, look, there's a rock on the ground that has something underneath it. There's a note on a tree. And then after a while, it's like, well, we have more stuff to play with. Let's turn the note on a tree into a person. And then so next thing you know, you got a person that's always standing next to this tree, right? And it's like, hey, you walk up to him and you talk to him. It's like, hey, what's going on? Where should I go from here? And then after a while, you have that person walking around, so you have to find him. It's like, he's not by the tree all the time. Sometimes he's off in the meadow. Sometimes he's in that cabin. And then after a while, you start building lives around these people. And the next thing you know, you take it to a certain point, and the average person, when you walk, when you go into a game, if you have a person that's not familiar with the game, you can't tell the difference between those the NPCs and another character. You can't. Yeah. That's the point. Yeah. Which is, and then and then if you want to make it even more advanced, you tell people, you know what? You can't tell either. You're just gonna have to make your way as it goes and interact with people. It's like some people will be NPCs, some people won't. We're not going to tell you the ratio. We're not going to tell you anything about it. Just go, have fun with it. And yeah, this
is amazing. We've never had a conversation on this level before. It's always been flat earth type stuff, but I mean, taking it to these next levels is just the way that you're describing it and philosophizing on it really resonates. I would say this, and I want to throw this idea your way.
Sure.
I think we have cheat codes, and those cheat codes are astrology, tarot, divination, things like that. Because like I said, when Cherie does my chart for me, if I follow the chart, I don't have a bad day. If I ignore the chart, things in the chart will happen to me. Sometimes she doesn't give me my chart on purpose because it's a great chart. And she's like, I don't want you to divert from anything that you're doing. So I'm not going to tell you anything about what's going on, because I want you keep doing what you're doing. But I think we're able to break that to a certain point, and we are able to navigate through reality based on understanding what the path is. I'll give you an example. She did a birth chart for me, and the birth chart was so accurate as far as my childhood that I have to believe that the future is also just as accurate too. Because I mean, there were little details that nobody knew that she found in the birth chart, and she's like, this happened to you as a child. This happened to you as a child.
This is what you're afraid of.
This is what you're afraid of.
Your deepest fears.
Around the age 17, something something happened to you. Abusive father, mother dying young, etc. It was all there in the chart, and it's not like she just comes up with these charts and that's it. What she does is she has the different star alignments, and then there's interpretations based on those star alignments. So if we have the same star alignments, we're going to have the same reading in that little section of the birth chart. If the stars she does really extensive charts when it comes to even comets and all kinds of celestial quote unquote bodies, which in my opinion are just energy. One of the things that is in my birth chart is that I would wind up losing the use of my legs in my 30s. And this would be based on an accident with a horse. She told me this, and I have stayed away from horses, and I'm in my 40s now. I think I averted that. I don't feel like that's, but ever since I was a kid, I always felt like there was going to be a time in my life when I lose the use of my legs somehow, and it was just something. Really? It was this haunting thing that was haunting me. And then she saw it in the birth chart. She said, "Stay away from horses." And I love horses, but I don't go anywhere near them. And I actually got past that little part. What is it called? It's called houses. Yeah,
it was actually his first Saturn return. Yeah, and after he passed that first Saturn return around 29, it became less of a problem, but before that time, yeah, that was a big fear of his.
But by
Really?
knowing that,
Yeah.
I think I was able to avert that.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
I what do you think about that? Because I think we do have the ability to control our
What's going to
reality
happen?
if we're aware of our reality. But that's why
I don't-
religion and everything else has been telling you this is evil, this is evil, this is evil, because they don't want you doing that.
Well, yeah.
That is very interesting. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if I would call it a formal, full blown cheat code. It's more of a you had some. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to explain in computer terms. It's kind of like you had an insight into what was coming next. You could kind of see it, in advance. What kind of a path? Yeah, you know what? It's weird because we don't have that in the what you're talking about is something that's really outside of the gaming world. The cheat codes, as you know, in the gaming world, which lots of nefarious types have been trying to access forever, usually through full blown, for lack of a better term, magic.
Or
any way they can, because
rituals. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
they
using
want-
blood is code, and so they're using that code in a cheating kind of manner, which is why I'm not going to go into the details, but their rituals have more to do than just an attraction to children or even an attraction to hurting children. It has to do with getting the code and using it as a cheat code.
Yeah.
When I was first taking phone calls way back in the day when I was working for this gaming company, the second most popular phone call ever, besides how to get through this stupid level, was the cheat codes. Where are the cheat codes? Where are the cheat codes? Because the cheat codes always, well, I shouldn't say they always got out. When they got into the big online games that made a lot of money, they were charging a lot of money, you couldn't allow the cheat codes out there. They were absolutely banned. In fact, they were written into it to where a player could never enter the cheat codes. In a place like this, in a world like this, you'd never want anybody to actually get the full blown cheat codes. What you're talking about is something akin to seeing into the almost divination, into seeing into the future, to where you could bend it a little bit, but you're not going to break it. Use the Matrix term. Some rules can be bent, some can be broken. This world, though, it's really interesting that you'd mention that, because there's lots of hoaxes in the world. Lots of hoaxes we've seen. Look, like Aleister Crowley died, and he did just about everything you could think of to try to get the codes. Now, of course, they were doing it back in the day when they didn't even know the cheat codes. The term. It's like the mysteries, or it's whatever, the keys to unlock. The world, blah blah blah. It's like, we want to be immortal, we want to do this, and power and sex and money and all that.
Stone. Yeah.
There you go. But something I've mentioned to people as I'm looking at some of the superhero stuff on my wall, even though we've had tons of superhero movies, that has never been faked ever, meaning no one has even tried. So you think eventually someone would, if you found that one of the things in the ultimate cheat code is called God mode, which is you become immediate immortal and you can do whatever the hell you want and nothing can touch you.
That takes the fun out of it, though.
Well, it does for me, yeah, and you probably, but there's lots of kids that do not care. That's all they want. It's like, give me the God mode so I can blow through this thing and quit. It's like, all right.
I TGM that stuff so that I can enjoy the gameplay and the storylines and stuff like that. And out of nowhere, nothing's going to kill me, and I have to start all the way from.
She's all about
20 minutes away.
Skyrim.
Well,
in Fallout 4 lately.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Fallout 4. I'll be done. Fallout 3 was my ultimate gaming mistress, by the way. I played Fallout 3 so much. I played every mod. I was so sad when my machine finally died, because everything was on it. Anyway, but it's never happened here. God mode has never ever happened here. Not in our recorded. Well, I mean, let's not talk about ancient Indian religions or anything like that where there may have been gods, but it's never been done in modern times. And a lot of people have tried. And I think there's some things that cannot be done. They just won't. They just will not let you, for obvious reasons, because it would break everything. Because again, call it God mode for what it is. Once you become a god, that's the first thing they would do. I mean, that's what they want. It's like, I want to sit on top of a giant, pyramid and surrounded by thousands of people worshiping, my every breath. And it's never ever happened. So, but do I think cheat codes exist? Sure. Do I think there's some that are absolutely forbidden? Yeah. So what you're doing, hey, great, more power to you that you can use it to keep doing what you're doing. Fantastic.
I think the
and
DMT is a cheat code too. It's like a little code,
Psychedelics are cheat
and
codes.
it's not necessarily a cheat code, but it's more like an unlocking code.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
with every ayahuasca journey I've had, I've unlocked another part of my consciousness that was locked. I've unlocked more and more and more gnosis about self, about reality, about things like that. And
They're your perks.
the thing that really got me, if I can divert for a second,
Sure.
is you talked about the double slit experiment. So that was one instance, but I don't know if you've heard of Professor Sylvester Gates. Professor
Go ahead.
Sylvester Gates, he came up with these things called adinkras. Basically what he did is he found a self-correcting computer code in the fabric of space-time. I'm trying to Google
I think I've heard
the
of
images
this.
here. Yeah, he found a self-correcting code in the fabric of space-time, and he started putting all of his data into a machine and spitting out a visual representation of all the data that he had found. This self-correcting computer code, it wasn't just any code. It was a code written by a guy named Claude Shannon in the 1940s. So it was an identifiable computer code, and Claude Shannon was the father of robotics. So up on the screen here, I have one of his adinkras. And I don't know how much psychedelic experience you have, Mark, but when you go deep into the DMT realm, you see things very similar to this. It's all based on geometry, and this is the visual representation of the data and the self-correcting computer code in the fabric of space-time. So once I saw this was confirmation to me. I started going deeper into the ayahuasca realm, deeper into the DMT realm, and started looking at it as code rather than another realm or some kind of spiritual thing or, anything like that. And it all just kind of like tied everything in together. Then I started realizing energy workers, they're not actually energy workers. I mean, they are energy workers to a certain degree, because what is energy? Energy is a series of zeros and ones. Zero being power off, one being power on. The more zeros and ones are together, the higher the frequency, the lower the frequency. I mean, really, that's all energy is. Energy is just zeros and ones, power off and power on. But he came across this, and I was like, okay, that's it. We are 1,000% inside of a simulation. If I can go into this real quick, because you mentioned this, and we kind of veered off away from it. The second degree of Freemasonry. I talked to a couple of Masons, and I said, what can I talk about? What can I talk about? And they said, you can't talk about the secrets of Freemasonry. And I was like, okay, but all the rituals are out there in
I was about to say
Duncan's Masonic ritual. And they were like, well, those aren't secrets of Freemasonry, obviously. So, the second degree of Freemasonry, the ritual, it says, geometry, the first and noblest of sciences, is the basis upon which superstructure of masonry is erected. By geometry, we curiously trace nature through her various windings to her most concealed recesses. By it, we discover the power, the wisdom, and the goodness of the grand artificer of the universe, and the view and the delight and the proportions which connect this vast machine.
Yeah.
By it, we discover how the planets move and the directional orbits, etc., etc., etc. In the second degree of Freemasonry, the initiate is exposed to the idea that this is all based on geometry, that we're living inside of a machine, and that everything is connected based upon geometry, which brings me back to the Adinkras again. I mean, the Adinkras is all geometry. You hear New Agers, you hear shaman talking about sacred geometry, the flower of life, the tree of life. The fourth degree of the Scottish Rite introduces the initiate to the Kabbalah. And as you move through the degrees of the Scottish Rite and get up to the 32nd, you start to see more and more and more of the Sephiroth. And at the end, there's a box, and the box contains your own divinity and within the box. And that's the journey throughout Freemasonry to the 32nd degree, is realizing your own divinity and the divinity inside of you. But it's all based upon geometry. That's what the G in Masonry stands for. Some say it stands for God, but if you really read the rituals, it stands for geometry. Why is geometry
yeah.
playing such a big factor in this? I think it goes back to what you were saying. A computer can't render circles. It can only render squares and angles and things like that. So even when you take reality to string theory and take it down to its very, very, very base level, it'll start to pixelate, just like looking at a photograph where you take it into Photoshop and you focus in so much on it, you start to see the pixels of it. Yeah. It's insane.
One more thing. In Old English, how it used to be like old with an E on the end. In Old English, angels wasn't spelled Angels. It was spelled as angles. And so when you were talking about the angels in the sky, you would actually write it out as angles in the sky. I'm not kidding. Look it up.
That does not surprise me at all.
It's insane. Like it makes total sense now.
So tomorrow, what I'll do is I'll compile, because when you read the second degree thing, I don't know if I've ever shown you. It's been a while. I've known you guys for a while now. Did I ever show you the tracing boards?
You never did. I don't. I know we're on Zoom. You can share your screen. I don't know if it's something
I'd have to look it up. I don't have them on my screen. But there's only 5 Masonic tracing boards, and they're drawings. They're illustrations.
Oh, the Masonic tracing boards. I'm familiar with those.
Okay. How they were, and when I looked at them, how they were laid out in the order they were laid out, they made absolute sense to me, because the tracing board, the first tracing board, was basically a quick start guide over. It's like, okay, here's where you're going. This is what you have to do. The second one was the entrance. It's like, all right, here's the entrance to this world that you're going into. The third was, okay, this is what happens when you die. And it looked amazingly like an old school. Yeah, that'd be the quick start guide right there. There's various versions of this, but it's the checkerboard represents the playing field.
Yeah,
it is the playing field. And I can't zoom in, but I'm going to go from memory here. There is a rough stone and a polished stone, meaning you go in, and of course the ladder going up to whatever, the stairway to heaven, and different things on there. But and the angles in the middle. But there's a rough stone and a polished stone. The rough stone meaning like the hero's journey, like where they you start out rough, you don't know anything, you're rough around the edges. By the time you're done, you're a polished, mean machine. The second tracing board, so this would be the quick start guide. Right? It's like, okay, like anything, we simplify things now, which is the second one is your entrance. The second tracing board, I think it's just called number 2, which is your entrance into the place. And there's multiple. Oh yeah, choose that one. That one right there on the far second one down on the far left. No. Keep going go to the left. Go to the left. Okay. No, your other left.
Other left. Okay.
That one right there.
One. Okay.
Open up that one. Can you maximize that one? Can you make that one bigger? Yeah. Okay. So that's the entrance. Notice the worlds on the top there. So there's 2 people. It's kind of like an amusement park ride in there. You give your ticket to one guy right at the beginning, and you have every chance. Remember how I said the genie, would take you to, you got to get into this world. It's completely voluntary. You give the ticket to the guy, and you have every chance in the world as you're walking that stairway, because there's a guy at the other end, and that's the room where you go into, and that's the virtual reality. And you have every chance to change your mind. You have 2 different guys. So there's not a question of, because people, the common philosophical question, which is, why do you let bad things happen to good people? It's like, because you volunteered. That's why. It's like, don't give me this crap where it's like, oh no, it's completely random and you're being punished. It's like, no, you volunteered to be in here. So that's the second one. So that's the entrance. The third tracing board is what happens when you die, which is it's going to sound so simple and so trite, which it reminds me of the old high score screens, which is it shows a coffin and some numbers written in Hebrew. And it reads, remember the old games where you could only put in 3 initials? At the end, you'd put in 3 initials. Well, here's your score and your 3 initials. And that was basically it. So when do
you see the one you're referring to? Is it the one with the 3 pillars?
There's the one. No, you'd see it because there'd be a coffin.
Okay.
In it. Click on image.
I was on shopping for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, that one's good enough. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, click on that one. Blow that one up. Yeah. So that one.
Oh yeah, there's a checkerboard. Okay.
Yeah, there's the checkerboard. That's where you were. That's your death screen. And if you die, you know, and there's usually some more text around it, but it's in Hebrew, and it's like, okay, that's what happens if you die there. The fourth one is your exit, which is interesting because it's pretty much a reverse of the amusement park ride of the first one. And I can't see it off the top. I think it's called Tracing Board 4. I think it's called is it called the Mark Tracing Board? I hate to say that because it makes me sound weird.
It's been so long since I've studied this.
Let me blow up this screen a little bit on my side.
Okay.
You know, because there's a woman leading you outside. Scroll. Wait. Go up. That one. The one in, so right in the middle. Your cursor's on it. Click on that one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Google. It won't let me click on the actual images, but
really? Okay, yeah, that's the fourth one. Perfect. Okay. So that's your way out. So you're going from the gaming board right there, and you're going back into the completely unlimited universe. And you see up at the top the two spheres. One is the globe, which would be the illusion. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, that's the illusion you're in. And that other thing over there, the black one on the left, that'd be the illusion of space. And you're leaving the game board and you're going back out into the place. So if you turned around, if you took that original, remember the entrance, and you spun that around, so imagine like any amusement park ride, the entrance is way down here and this is your exit. You know, you get off and it's like, okay. And then you get off and you go back into the unlimited universe. And then the last one, which I believe is called, type in Royal Arch Tracing Board.
Actually, I'm going to Bing. Bing might let me open them up.
Type in Royal Arch
Tracing
Board.
Royal Arch. So is that in the first 3 degrees, or is that in
it's perfect.
York Right?
I don't know. I don't even know who uses. I just know that there's only 5 tracing boards. Okay, this is gonna get even weirder. Okay, so game simulations have evolved over the years. In the back in the day, back when I was growing up, that death screen always like, okay, when you ended the game, that's all you had. You know, you died and you put in your initials and there's your score, right? But as games evolved, people weren't just happy with, you know, it's like, oh, okay, there's my initials, there's my tombstone, but what did I really achieve? Hence, what's known now as achievements. And this screen is a dead rend. This screen was this rendering was painted God knows how long ago, long time ago. This is almost identical to the modern day achievement screens that we have now. So nowadays, you know, it's not about score anymore. It's about what you did. And all these flags, remember, there's the checkerboard in there, there's your game, and all these little flags, all these banners. It's kind of like reminiscent of the old. It's like, you know, all the titles kings used to have back in the day. These are all would be modern day the achievements. Oh, he was a friend to animals. He was good in industry. He did this in husband or wife, or you know, all these things. This is how the achievement screen is kind of lined up, only in non-digital form. It's just amazing. I mean, this is basically what you did, and that's it. That's the whole thing. That's your journey. It's like quick start, and there it's like here at the end. This is all the things you achieved. And that's the end of the story.
What I find interesting is that the way the lodge is set up, the worshipful master sits in the east. So this would be the east for all intents and purposes. The senior warden sits in the west, and the junior warden sits in the south. The north is the place of darkness, which is usually where non-initiated people, like if you were doing a first degree ritual, they would sit there and then be moved over into here. But you never go onto the checkerboard, and you're not allowed to walk past this part here in front of the worshipful master. The worshipful master is the sun, and so you don't cross the light at all, period. You always walk around. But Masons always sit outside unless they have a purpose for coming into the board for a ritual or, you know, something like that. But they always sit outside of the game. And that's what I found interesting. Is that number one, the tools of masonry, like the square and compass, and I don't remember all the tools off the top of my head. To the
hammer and it's the old school tools. It's hammer and thingy, mortar and pestle, and the square and compass. Yeah,
it's to it's to, the square and compass, to circumscribe my desires and improve myself in masonry, for example. And those are all to chip away at yourself to be a better version of yourself, to be, a more sculpted version of yourself. And all the tools are representative. There's the one that they spread the cement. I don't remember what that's called.
Trowel.
The trowel, yeah. And that's to spread the cement of brotherly love and friendship, etc. So all these tools are used to form the consciousness into something ready to pass on into another realm. At the same time, also remembering, don't go onto the board unless you have a reason to be on the board, and a very specific reason to be on the board.
Absolutely. And the tools also honor, again, I've never been a Mason, but I've read, I know more about Mason stuff than most Masons at this point, which is honors the architect, meaning it was built. The tools on the gaming, on the board itself, it's like, look, it was built. It was created. That was, and the Masons, it's really interesting because only at the highest levels, it's so fascinating that you remember the old Simpsons Stonecutter episode where they were kind of poking fun at the Masons, where it's like, really up until the 33rd level, everybody else are their foot soldiers. It's like, let's get drunk and play ping pong. That's just, they don't really know much.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people don't. My grandfather didn't either. It's like, look, he was a 32nd. But when you reach a 32nd, you cannot become a 33rd unless you are tapped to be a 33rd.
Right.
Meaning by that point, they psychological profile you. And because remember, all the degrees, there's one consistent thread through all the degrees, which is keep the secret, which is kind of like the whole Lord of the Rings thing. Keep it secret, keep it safe, which is, it's like, keep the secret, keep the secret, keep the secret. And nobody knows what the freaking secret is. But when you get to the 33rd, you do. And no 33rd. Yeah, there's been a couple 32nds that have come out and said, oh, it's this and this. No 33rd has ever come out. Ever.
I knew a couple of 33rds where I was living in Spokane. And
were they actual 33rds?
They were actual 33rds, yeah.
I mean, full blown.
Well, okay, so this is the way the hierarchy works, to my understanding, is that Masonry is it's done on a state by state level. So in Washington, it was free and accepted Masons. In Idaho, it was ancient free and accepted Masons. The two branches didn't have any authority over each other. The Grand Lodge of Washington has no say over the Grand Lodge of Nevada, for example. They're independent from one another. Every Scottish Rite Lodge has to have, I think it's 2% or 3% of its members as 33rds. So that's how they move up to the 33rd degree. Now, what happens after that, I have absolutely no idea. I mean, I'm only, I got
a funny feeling there's probably what I don't want to diminish it because I know it's an old club, but I would consider them more token 33s, because once you get up to a certain level, when you go to the House of the Temple in DC, again, once your shoulder tapped to go there, at that, from what I understand, that's when you were kind of let in on the whole thing, to where they know it's kind of like the old movie plots where it's like they know you're not going to turn against them because you understand it at that point.
With all due respect to the Masons that I know, the 33rds that I met were not very impressive.
There you go.
Like I was talking to one of them about, some spiritual stuff, and he goes, you should read a book called Animal Talks by so-and-so. And I'm like, really? I'm like, dude, I've drank ayahuasca in the pyramid.
Like, really?
I'm like way beyond, like,
that's kiddie pool stuff.
Let's talk about some real stuff. And I mean, Animal Talks or Animal Speaks or something like that. It's about, looking at the animals around and how they're interacting with each other and the environment, what the universe is telling you and all this. And I'm like, really? Like, this is, the 33rd.
I think outside of political circles, they have really diminished over the years, mostly because of their own practices, which is keep it secret. They're told they're not allowed to recruit. Well, the problem is there's been so many distractions over the last 30 years that younger people is like, they're not hungry to searching for anything. So how the hell are they going to find the Masons? So their ranks have just diminished to where now it's just high level political figures. But I think at the lower levels, state and county, I don't think there's anybody there. I'm not kidding. I mean, I put the challenge out there. It's like, yeah, rat me out. Somebody, I'm wearing your hat. You're not even supposed to wear this. I've been wearing this hat for months, and no one has even contacted. No phone calls, no emails, no nothing.
Nobody
Whatever.
cares.
Nobody cares. It's like, does anyone?
It's unfortunately it's a social club.
It is.
You know, there was a
now.
lodge. Yeah, there was a lodge close to where we lived, and
Middle of nowhere.
It turns out that the guy at the motorcycle repair shop, who I became friends with at this little bar that was right down the street. I mean, it was like a city of like 2,000 people, so everybody knew everybody. He turned out to be a lodge member, and he invited us out to the lodge one day, and we went and we had dinner. And I walk in, and they're just going on and on about George Soros and how George Soros is taking over the world. And I'm like, aren't you guys the ones taking over the world? You know, that's what I didn't say that, but I was thinking that in the back of my mind. And then I started to get to know some of the guys, and I'm like, these guys can't even put together a fucking bake sale.
No.
Much less take over the world.
You don't want to. I said during an interview once, because people would say, well, you know, who runs the world? Who is they? And I go, that's the brilliance of it. I go, true power stays hidden. Period. Which is why when you go to any conspiracy person and say, give me the top 20 groups that run the world in order of importance. Oh, the arguments that happen, because they don't know. It's like, who runs? It's like, is it the Bilderbergs? Is it the Rothschilds? Is it the Vatican? Is it the Masons? Is it the Bilderberg? You know, the Council of Foreign Relations, and on and on and on and on. It's like, who has hierarchy over the others? It's like, that's the point. You don't know, because you can't overthrow someone. You can't go after someone if you don't know who they are. It is the curse of being the puppet master, which is you have to be anonymous for the most part. I mean, people say, oh, yeah, Bill Gates is doing this, and George Soros is just like, look, Bill Gates, people forget Bill Gates is new money by comparison to, it's like, having $10 billion or $20 billion, that isn't enough anymore. You have to have very, very old political connections. We're talking old political connections.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Rothschilds before the 1812 weren't that big a deal, you know, compared to some of the old families. And then who knows, as far as the previous civilizations with lifespans of who knows how long.
They invited us to a dinner, and it was an open, it was open to the public.
It was an open house.
So Sheree and I went.
An open house.
And I sit down, with my friend who happens to be the worshipful master of the lodge. And we're sitting down with this other guy, and we're just talking and everything like that. And everybody's staring at me. And I'm like, why is everybody staring at me? Turns out it's the Grand Master of the lodge. I'm sitting with the worshipful master of the lodge there and the Grand Master of the state. And everybody's like, why is that guy sitting with the Grand Master and the worshipful master? What's going on? And I had no idea who these guys were.
You're just eating with them, people.
I'm just eating with them, hanging out. Yeah. So they invited us out to a Scottish Rite meeting. And this was, again, another open dinner and everything like that.
Yeah.
We're always the youngest people there.
So yeah, we were the youngest people there.
Always.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Everybody was over 60.
Everyone was over 60.
So
what's that?
Apparently this one guy, he says, hey man, you know, I'd like to get you to know you a little more, you know, why don't you come by for coffee? I said, okay, yeah, no problem. Came in, there were 6 33rd degrees there, and they all surrounded me. And I said, what are you doing here? And I said, I was invited by my friend, you know, he's the master of the lodge over there. And, you know, it's a public event. We saw your YouTube channel. And I was like, so what's the problem? And they're like, you have a video on there that says, what was it? Freemason talks about
spitting on the cross. Yeah.
And I was like, did you actually watch the video? And they were like, no. And I said, well, the author who we were interviewing was a 32nd degree Freemason. And we were talking about the myth that Freemasons are supposed to spit on a cross and this and that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're like, yeah, but the title makes us look bad. And I was like, well, I don't give a fuck. I was like, we're interviewing a 32nd degree Freemason. The guy's named Robert Sullivan. You know, he's written all these freaking great books. He's a good friend of mine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I go back, and my friend's like, you had 6 white hats in one room together? He's like, holy shit, man. Why, that's what they call them, the 33rds, white hats. He's like, they probably talk to anybody. You had 6 of them in the same room with you?
Wow.
I thought it was, but at that point I was like, these guys are fucking assholes.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, fuck these guys,
I don't
man.
want to be part
you know,
of this.
because it was that, my friend called it the cloak and dagger approach. because they invited me for coffee, and then they hijacked me like that, and they were like, all of a sudden, like all around me, ganged up on me, instead of just asking me, hey, what's going on with your YouTube channel? What are you here to do, a documentary exposing masonry or something like that? I'm like, no, I just have some friends that are, they're masons.
I
could have
to
been
be
that.
fair, you're one of those social media guys.
Yeah.
Are you on the internet?
I mean, it could have been so much nicer. Just, hey, what's going on? I see you're interviewing Masons, Hey, I'm a 33rd degree. Can I come on your show and talk about Masonry a little bit? That would have been fucking great. Instead, so.
The one of the big reasons why I never even considered joining it was I read through some of the ritual manual. I mean, I actually own several copies of Morals and Dogma, their Bible written by Albert Pike, which is a whole nother story. But I read through some of the ritual, what they have to go through. And it is some of the most boring dinner theater ever. I mean, I can't even imagine, like, what, I have to do that every weekend? The whole roll the pant leg up and jab somebody in the ribs and take the cloak off. It's like, really? Oh my God, dress it up, do something, add a little song and dance number, something. Like, no,
I know.
It was never ever.
It's interesting because I hear a lot of people bashing Masons, and I don't know. Like you said, at the very top levels, somewhere else that I've never been around, there could be all that happening. But the ones that I've met, they were not very impressive. Robert W. Sullivan is a really cool guy. He's a really cool author. He's really open about everything. I asked him questions about rituals. I asked him questions about this. He's the one that told me, go read Duncan's Masonic Ritual.
Yeah.
They still use it to this day.
He's very open about
word for
everything.
word. All the ritual is right there. So
let me tell you one thing, and then I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Which is this the it's a Mason thing, and then you can do closing whatever for me. Which is they're big guy. You got to remember. So for the Christians, it's Jesus. For the Jews, it's Moses, and for the Masons, it's Solomon.
Yeah, Solomon's temple.
And that's and I always thought that was interesting. But when you start reading the backstory, especially like the Testament of Solomon, it is very, very fascinating. In that the whole reason, and again, was about Solomon supposedly was given, son of David, the David from David and Goliath. Was supposedly given a ring that could summon blue jinn, demons, whatever you want to call them. And he used this to his ability where he summoned the first one and he said, all right, well, I won't torture you if you, you saying this is a demon, because he apparently bound by the ring. If you basically give up all your other friends, I want to know how to control them, what they do. I want them all here, one by one. Let's do this. And look up the Testament of Solomon. It's fascinating. And that's what he did. He spent a while. It's like, all right, what do you do? How can I control you? Apparently they were, bound to tell him the truth. And it's like, all right, start working on the temple. You're doing this. And that's how, and start collecting riches for me. Start doing this. And he was surrounded by these things, and they were doing all the work, and that's how he became the most powerful, richest person that's ever lived. Right? They said that when Solomon was around, silver was meaningless because he had so much gold. It was, he could do everything, and they feared him because of this power so much that supposedly when he died, they also, were really worried that he like freaking snapped. You don't want to piss a guy off like that. It's like, what are you going to do?
That has that level of power. Yeah.
Yeah, that level of power. So when he died, he apparently died on the throne, and no one even wanted to check for like 5 days. It's like, is he,
they made sure he had flies around.
Yeah, it's
him.
like, poke him with a stick. I'm not going to poke him with a stick. You poke him with a stick. Then 5 days later, he probably smelled. And it's like, oh, okay, well, apparently he's dead.
We're pretty sure he's dead. Yeah.
Yeah. So the temple was sacked. Well, of course, once they knew he was dead, his enemies just descended on the place, and the temple was sacked. But just before it was sacked, everybody, whoever his most trusted people or whatever, hid everything. Hid all, the Solomon's treasure, the legendary Solomon's treasure. And the armies came in, could not find it. It was supposedly under the temple. And then, as the stories go, eventually the Vatican figured out it's like, I think we know the temple. So they sent a group of knights down under the guise of a mission to find this, temple. And the story goes that they found it. And they were digging down, and the very first thing they carted out of there was just this little box. It's all they cared about. And they got that box back to the Vatican. And then they got the treasure, and the Templars became so rich. And so, some of this story, the Templars became so rich and so powerful that they were basically controlling Europe. And the whole Friday the 13th thing came about because they had loaned people, kings, money for wars. And they had loaned out so much money. The old organized crime thing. It's like, well, do we pay them back or we try to kill them? So they organized this thing where it's like, let's just kill all the Templars at once. Let's all organize. That way we won't have to pay them back all this money. And when they did this, some of the Templars got away, and they took big ships of gold, and they were heading up the coast, and those were intercepted, and supposedly Britain took the gold. And anyway, so that started the big war between the Priory of Sion and the Knights Templar. England had all the money. France had the Templars, but France was really poor because they didn't have all the gold, right? Which is why supposedly today England, their currency is still worth so ridiculously much. It's like, you guys make anything? No. Why is your currency worth so much? Because they got all the gold. Doesn't really matter. The point is that little box that was shipped back to the Vatican. Well, you can probably take a guess what that was.
Mm-hmm.
The Ring.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings wasn't just a movie. Not just a movie. This was written by a British guy, and it was about this freaking ring, the Ring of Power. And supposedly, and then nobody, again, this, if you remember the Lord of the Rings, it's like, myth turns to legend and the ring is forgotten. And nobody knew what the hell this ring until this guy came along named Albert Pike. And Albert Pike was he's their guy. He's the guy that wrote the Masonic Bible, the Morals and Dogma. And he was apparently a polyglot. He could speak all these dead languages. He could do all this stuff, and people just let him, just had free will. In fact, he unified the houses. He stopped the war between the Templars and the Priory of Sion. He said, hey, so it's my show now. You guys all do what I say. And he'd go out into the woods and party for like 3 or 4 days straight, and no one questioned him.
His best friend was a Native American. Which they always call him racist and everything like that. And I don't know, there might be a little bit of racist writings. I haven't read Morals and Dogma fully, but I know that his best friend was a Native American guy.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
And what I'll end it with this, here was where it got interesting, was that he had this one unique ability, which was he had these bracelets that supposedly could summon these blue beings.
Oh, interesting.
And I'm thinking, oh, you clever guy. Because if you were going to get robbed by somebody and somebody ever asked you, it's like, hey, how do you summon those blue things, right? What are you going to tell them? If you're dumb, it's like, oh, this ring. If you're smart, you say, oh, these bracelets. Because if they're going to rob you, what are they going to take? They're going to take the bracelets. Ooh. And he had them his whole life. And supposedly when he died, the ring was never seen again. And to this day, it's never even been talked about as being with another person. But that's the big origin story. So the Masons are like, oh yeah, Solomon's the guy, and then Albert Pike was the guy, and then everybody else, just screw everybody else, because those two guys are all you have to care about. And so in the Mason, the Holy Bible, like if you get the Holy Bible Mason version, the front 20 pages is all freaking illustrations about Solomon. Because and I even think I'll take it one step further. I swear I gotta go. Which is I think that because they say, oh, an angel gave him the ring. I think it was one step further, because remember who his father was. His father was David. I don't think that whole David and Goliath story was as clear cut as everyone says.
Oh,
I think David had the ring as well. It's like people's like, oh, he had this slingshot and he hit him in the head with it. It's like, really? That's the story? No. I think he had the ring, and he used the freaking ring on him and just made it look like a slingshot thing. It was like, yeah, let's do a magic rock. Whack. So anyway, there you go.
Dude, this has been the best show we have ever done with you, and one of the top ones that we've ever done, period. I had no idea we were going to get into this kind of depth, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you do on TFR, brother. We've known each other for years and years and years. I just want to apologize to you for any issues we've had over the last couple of weeks. We had major hacks, and I've been working my ass off. And then today, like I said, I worked 30 hours. I crashed out at 3 o'clock. Didn't even think. There were a couple of things that I needed to reconnect. Caused some problems for you. The hosts are my top priority, and I work really hard for you guys in the background.
It's totally cool. I know it has been a pleasure working with you guys for the last 6 years.
Yeah,
I remember. I still tell people to this day, how you just, contacted me and said, "Oh, how would you like to do a show?" It's like, and then you asked me point blank really quickly. It's like, "What do you want to call it?" I'm going, Strange World, not knowing even like that Strange was an anagram for my last name. So.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it is. I never realized that.
Neat. That's neat.
It's the only thing my name is an anagram.
That is so interesting.
Yeah.
Very
unless you count
Wow.
like Argents, but nobody's used that in like 400 years.
Argents.
Well, I heard you talking on the show today about Omicron.
Yeah, somebody told me that, and I go, well, that was just blind luck that Omicron is an anagram for
moronic.
Well,
I mean, you've got delta waves are what put you to sleep.
And but I mean, when you skip over. I know we're not literally talking about it. When you skip over nu and xi is pronounced what in Chinese? They skipped over 2 letters.
Yeah,
for two things. It's like yeah, but I would have gone with nu because again, that's a simple narrative. Because it's new. Get it? It's new. It's a new thing. So, but apparently, I don't know. Who knows why they went with Omicron? Maybe you were going to use new for something else. Anyway, I have loved talking to you guys.
Likewise, brother.
Likewise, Mark.
Thank you for your time. And again, dude, this has been awesome. Let's do it again very soon.
Big hug. Love you.
Big hugs to you. And if you guys need anything, any resources or whatever, let me know.
Likewise, man.
Likewise.
And why didn't Brian join us? Did he take off?
Oh, he was tired. You got to remember, he's out in Oklahoma, and he's he's got 5 kids, and
does he really?
If you have that many kids, it's always late.
I'd like to do a show with Brian sometime soon.
Brian's a good guy.
Yeah,
a good guy. He has been with me for a number. He was a guest. Master gunner in the United States Army, and got on board. It's like, oh yeah, drive tanks. Absolutely, shoots flat.
Is that the guy? I remember him calling in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, career Army, and when he got out, we started getting into this, and he was a slow guy but once he got into it, he's like, yeah, it's absolutely. He goes, I got your back the entire way. It's like, oh, cool, fantastic.
Makes sense.
That is awesome. Yeah. Love you, brother. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for opening up these doors and for all your time, man. And especially, let me say this too. What you've done over the last 6 years has taken some balls, because you went out there with something that sounds crazy to 99% of the people. Now it's not crazy to 49% of the people. Pretty soon it's going to be 69% of the people, and then paradigm shift. You spearheaded that, man. Much love, much respect.
Yeah, and to Cherie's thing, you're absolutely right. Musical chairs, just pay attention to the music.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'll see you guys as this thing keeps progressing.
All right.
Love you,
absolutely.
bro. Take care.
Love you, man.
Bye, guys.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
See ya.
Oh man, what an awesome guy.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I had no
Such
idea the show was going to go into that
amazing
direction.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to promise me though that we will do a show on this thing called Death Squared: The Explosive Growth and Demise of a Mouse Population, but it's actually Universe 25 is what he called it. He called it a mouse utopia.
Well, let's talk about that on the other side if you have a few minutes, because I am out of coffee again.
Okay.
And I can't keep going unless I have more coffee. Are you okay to go for a little bit longer?
Yeah, I can go for a little bit longer.
So since we were talking about Omicron and whatever happened to the rest of them, I guess I'll play this one during the break.
Well, you used to really be scared here.
Johnny.
You're still afraid.
Stop it now, I mean it.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're acting like a child.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
He'll hear you.
Here he comes now. I'm getting out of here.
Johnny.
The Delta variant is a symptom of a bigger threat. Vaccine refusal. After an all too brief respite, the United States is again at a crossroads in the pandemic. The number of infections has ticked up, slowly at first, then swiftly to 51,000 cases per day. On average, more than 4 times the rate a month ago. The country may again see overflowing hospitals, exhausted healthcare workers, and thousands of needless deaths. The more contagious Delta variant may be getting the blame. But fueling its rise is an older, more familiar foe. Vaccine hesitancy and refusal. Long persuasive in the United States. Were a wider swath of the population vaccinated, there would be no resurgence of the Delta variant, Alpha variant, or any other version of the coronavirus. But Delta is by no means the wickedest variant out there. Gamma and Lambda are waiting in the wings, and who knows what frightful versions are already flourishing, undetected, in the far corners of the world. Perhaps even here in America. Get the full story at your #1 trusted news outlet, news.yahoo.com.
Some scary shit. Spooky shit. That was actually an article that I read word for word. I literally read that article word for word from USA Today.
That's funny.
After an all too brief respite, the United States is again at a crossroads in the pandemic. The number of infections has ticked up, slowly at first, then swiftly to 51,000 cases per day. The wickedest variant out there.
This is my favorite part here.
Or any other version of the coronavirus. But Delta is by no means the wickedest variant out there. Gamma and Lambda are waiting in the wings. And who knows what frightful versions are already flourishing, undetected, in the far corners of the world. Perhaps even here in America. Get the full story at your ~1 trusted news outlet.
Look, I kid you not, this is word for word. I don't know how well you can see the screen, but it says, after an all too brief respite, the United States is again at a crossroads in the pandemic. The number of infections has ticked up, slowly at first, then swiftly to 1,000 cases per day. On average, more than 4 times the rate a month ago. The country may again see overflowing hospitals, exhausted healthcare workers, and thousands of needless deaths. The more contagious Delta variant may be getting the blame, but fueling its rise is an older, more familiar foe: vaccine hesitancy and refusal. Like, I literally read that word for word.
That's funny.
It's funny to me.
It's very funny.
It's like so funny to me.
So, I'm sorry. I think I have a segment here in my mouth.
There was a video I was going to play. I don't know how long it is though, but let's see. This is 15 minutes long. I don't know if I'm going to play the whole thing, but Mark mentioned this, so I guess we can do a reaction video. How about that? The cheapest form of YouTubeism, in my opinion, the laziest form of YouTubeism, the form of YouTubeism that makes me sick to my fucking stomach. And forgive me, but it's just I gotta.
I don't want to do it.
The reaction videos. You take somebody else's work and sit there with a camera and watch it.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
And then you call that a reaction video, and you get 200, 300, 400,000 views on it. I mean, what the fuck? It makes me go, we're putting way too much work into
Well, that's what that
do.
future guy meant, though, by, we make our own content, and then we talk about our own content. We each watch each other's stuff.
Samuel, please remind Saul that I anointed him king of Israel, and then, tell him to wipe out the Amalekites.
You got it! Listen up. The Lord sent me to anoint thee king of Israel. And the Lord said, strike down the Amalekites with great vengeance and furious anger.
That's not exactly what God said.
Shut up, Jeffrey. Let him talk. He's just being poetic.
Capiche? God wants me to knock off the Amalekite gang. All the families?
The Lord said, spare no one. Kill all the men.
100% dead.
Kill the women.
77% dead.
Kill the children.
Permanently grounded.
Kill the infants.
Late term abortions.
Kill the cattle.
Utterly destroy them.
Kill the sheep.
Sheer carnage.
Kill the camels.
Smoke them if they got them.
And kill the donkeys too.
Kick their, butts.
And they will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Damn straight.
Kill infants? Kill camels and donkeys? God, why?
Jeffrey, we need to show people that we mean business.
Oh yeah, we'll show those camels what for. God, you're supposed to be perfectly good, remember?
Yeah? So?
So, if you can still be called good after killing entire settlements of women, children, infants, and animals, then by what metric could we possibly measure evil?
Jeffrey, being God, by definition, means that whatever I do can't be called evil.
Says who?
Says me.
My, isn't that convenient? What about when someone says that you commanded it, secondhand, like what just happened here?
Well, as long as I really said so, then fine.
Don't you think that setting such a precedent is dangerous?
Jeffrey, I'm pretty sure that killing in the name of God will never be a problem.
Can I get a drink of your tasty beverage?
Hey, kill that kid. God wants all those brats dead. Whoa, hold on there. This is a good heifer. We're gonna keep this one alive to sacrifice to God. Capiche?
Samuel, I'm pretty sad that I have made Saul king. We need to find a new king.
Really? But why?
Because Saul just now disobeyed me.
Oh no. Thou mean he didn't kill the Amalekites? Thou know, that doesn't really surprise me. Killing little infants can be a pretty fucked up thing to do.
No, that's not it. He late term aborted the shit out of those little bastards. But he kept several of the animals alive so that he could sacrifice them to me.
Okay.
Wait a minute! You're pissed off because instead of killing some of the animals right away, Saul is going to kill them later by sacrificing them to you? Who cares? I mean, the animals you order to be killed will be killed.
Yeah, but he didn't obey me perfectly, like a robot. Remember when Saul foolishly ordered his men not to eat, but they did anyway? He would have been humiliated if he didn't punish them. Now I'm in that same position. Now I am grieved I made him king. I'm gonna make someone else king.
But in that analogy, you're the one giving foolish orders. More importantly, though, how could you possibly regret doing something when you already know exactly how things will happen before they happen?
Well, you see,
Yo, I'm back. I did just like God wanted, and the Amalekites are sleeping with the fishes.
Oh, really? Then what's with all these noisy-ass animals?
This is God's cut to be sacrificed, but we totally destroyed everything else. We slaughtered all those evil babies and brats and whatnot.
Oh, I see. Thou pounced on all the plunder and did evil in the eyes of the Lord!
So killing infants is good, and not killing animals is evil. But without God, there's no moral compass.
What's the matter with you? I'm gonna obey God. The animals are gonna get knocked off in the sacrifice, obviously.
The Lord wants you to obey him like a perfect robot. Thou should have killed those animals straight away. Which dost thou think the Lord prefers, thy barbecued animals or a perfectly obedient robot?
Well, actually, God really does love him some barbecue, but yeah, people who cower to him like mindless automatons are pretty high on his list too.
automatons? Nah, actually, I sort of like the Decepticons.
Sweet Jesus.
Samuel, thou looketh like thou not having way too much fun here.
Yeah, so this is Saul. That's the one that they all revere. Where's the David? This is the part I wanted to get to.
In the name of the Lord! Yo, what can I do thee for? I have come to anoint thee into the service of the Lord! Which will basically give you superpowers and shit. You know, I'm just out here taking care of the sheep, and thou come here with this great honor, and I really appreciate it. Thou know what I'm saying? Cause thou could have picked any one of my brothers, thou know, Jorgensen, Coletta, Ortega, Danforth, Krakauer, Delmore, and they'd be good picks. Thou know, they can bake bread real good, so it's like, thou know, we say we're the baker team. And when people always laughing at our jokes, you know, we always rough out saying, "You sure about this, motherfucker?" Ah! I said, God damn!
What's wrong?
Something bit me. Oh yeah, sorry about that. There's a lot of snakes on this plane.
There's a lot of snakes on this plane. My favorite is Lucifer.
Lucy, I need your most evil spirit.
Why?
I just need it, okay?
Sure, but you have to tell me why first.
I want to use it to torment somebody, okay?
God is going to torment someone with an evil spirit?
Yeah? So?
Won't it freak people out that you do such a thing?
What they don't know won't hurt them.
Won't people write about it? Like, in a Bible or something?
Ha ha! Like people are gonna read the Bible.
Still, that's pretty fucked up, God.
Yeah. Just give me an evil spirit already.
Okay. If you want something really evil, I've got just the thing.
Oh, goody.
9 months ago, while I was exploring the deepest, darkest depths of hell, I caught the unholy spirits of BuzzFeed and InfoWars
having wild monkey
This is the
sex.
part I wanted to get to.
Ew! What does that have to do with anything? BuzzFeed is very pregnant and is about to give birth to their unholy bastard love child. Ah! Dare I unleash this beast upon the world?
It's quicker if thou have the hole in the desert already dug. 'Cause if someone catches thee, then you gotta dig another hole. Thou could be there all night. Oh my god, what the hell is that?
Top 10 reasons Putin would make a great kisser.
Ah, somebody stop it! Someone stop it!
How Beyonce inspired a generation and then planned 9/11.
Oh, God!
Maybe if we send for someone who can play heavenly harp music, we could drive the evil spirit away.
False flag attacks are a construct of white male privilege.
Fine! I'll try anything! Find the best harp player in all the land!
I know just the guy. David, son of Jesse of Bethlehem.
Pepe the Frog is the perfect advocate for the LGBT community because the water turned the frogs gay.
David, come quick! We need thee to play the harp for the king to drive away an evil spirit. Oh, Samuel, what art thou doing here? Thou know David?
No, I'm just out here chilling on this plane.
Wait a minute! Saul just so happens to need a harp player, and of all people he sends for David.
All right, so that was cute.
It's cute.
Just a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
There. So thank you to Mark Sargent for hanging out with us tonight and for everything that he's done on TFRlive.com. Thank you all for hanging out too. Got a couple super chats. I didn't get to say thank you for the super chats, but thank you for the super chats.
Thank you, guys.
Because I didn't want to interrupt Mark. So
yeah, that was a great show.
3,300 playbacks.
Nice.
Well, every time I flip, I always say 33.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, if you look at
that's what I was saying nice to. Yeah, 33.
Watch time 30 minutes and concurrent viewers 300 plus. So you got 33 there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 666. But I was actually very surprised with Mark's knowledge of masonry. I didn't think that Mark studied as much as I have in that field. So I'd love to see him interview Robert W. Sullivan IV. It's been a while since we've had Robert on the show, so we may need to get him back on. He talks about cinema symbolism, and we've done some great shows with him. You can find them over at tfrlive.com. I think we'll start uploading some of our older shows here, some that are what I consider evergreen. Evergreen means they can be played at any time.
Any year.
Because they're not really based on anything that is relevant on the day. Rather, they're more abstract or philosophical, historical kind of content.
Right.
So I want to do a little bit more of that. And talking to Mark about NPCs, I think was such a relief because knowing that NPCs are becoming mainstream is just phenomenal. Thank you, Carter, very much. 1337 for the super chat. Thank you. Hearing these phrases go mainstream is just amazing. And I got to give credit where credit is due. Mark got me thinking in this dynamic. He got me thinking in terms of video game. I remember the first interview we did with him way back in 2015. He said, from a video game perspective, and being a former coder and video game developer himself, it was very easy for him to put this in those terms. And I remember he used to catch a lot of flack for it in the flat Earth movement, which is more like a bowel movement, which is kind of like the truth movement. You know, I notice a lot of
all these movements turn into that.
Turn into bowel movements. So it was an interesting journey, but Mark is resilient, and he's had a lot of shit thrown at him, and he just keeps on just ascending and ascending and ascending.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, what we've aspired to do here at Beyond the Veil too. And a lot of the messages that I've been putting out there lately is, you know, fuck what people say, do what you do, find your tribe. We found our tribe here at Beyond the Veil. Mark found his tribe as well. And the whole flat earth thing, I remember at the very beginning of it, I wanted to get involved. And we did for a brief period of time. I remember Cherie said, "You're not actually Joe, are you?" And I was like, yeah, I think this is a really interesting topic. I had no idea it was going to open up so many more doors. And a lot of it was when I would go into the ayahuasca realm with the question of, what is this world? You know, is it flat? Is it a globe? You know, that was the basic question. But the answers that I were getting were so much more intricate than just round or flat, that it brought a whole new dynamic. And it's like seeing things, you know, like this, and then all of a sudden now your consciousness is expanded like that. So we take it on even deeper levels. It's a shame that a lot of our older videos were deleted from our channel. I went through a period in time when I was trying to clean up the channel a little bit and make it a little more focused. And in hindsight, I shouldn't have. In hindsight, I should have just put them on private instead of deleting them. Then we went back and we deleted a bunch of our videos that we did in late 2020. And that's simply because we got demonetized and blacklisted and all kinds of stuff like that. And the esoteric stuff we talk about is more important than the 3D.
Yeah.
But the
really
3D
is.
stuff and the esoteric really came together in 2020. And as I've said before, the whole Trump situation, in my humble opinion, was a weighing of the heart ceremony of the world. Was the world ready for peace and prosperity and to live in harmony together? And unfortunately, no. The Romans knew this, that people have to have a common enemy. And then when they don't have a common enemy, then they turn on each other. And we didn't have a common enemy during the Trump administration, because there were no wars being declared. You know, there wasn't, hey, Syria is trying to bomb us, or Iraq is trying to bomb us, or, you know, anything like that. And it was really heartbreaking. And it was heartbreaking on a personal consciousness level, because I don't agree with that terminology. I don't agree with that philosophy, I should say, that people need a common enemy to unite them. Otherwise, they will tear each other apart. Zoran, thank you very much. Much love.
Thank you, Zoran,
for the super chat.
Thank you.
I don't agree with that philosophy, but there's a lot of things that are true that I don't agree with. And it's not that I don't agree with them as in denying the truthfulness of them. It's that I don't agree with that's the way things should be. But sometimes what I want things to be is not necessarily what things are. And so somebody said need more CBD. Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you,
giving
Joyce,
us an opportunity to plug AyaLife.
Yes.
AYALife.com is our website. Real quick plug for that. 99% pure CBD oil infused with the ayahuasca vine. And we're actually working on a couple of different things right now. Some roll-ons and some other stuff, all with ayahuasca in it. I was actually just talking to Paisley. And Paisley is another host on TFR. And she's come up with something based on, what was it? Pinewood?
Oak bark.
Oak bark. And she has this this concoction that she made that is it's helped so many people throughout this whole situation. Even I, you know, so much so that it was very similar to what AyaLife does. AyaLife, we've had so many wonderful reviews about people rebalancing themselves, preventing cytokine storms, not getting sick throughout this whole situation, and many more, but I don't want to bore you with the reviews.
Oh, I just spoke to a lady today who said, you know, when is my iLife going to be here? And I said, it's only been 2 days since you ordered, so it'll probably be there the next couple of days. But she really needs it because she's been out of it for a few days, and she said, I can definitely tell the difference. Being without it, I can tell the difference with my arthritis.
Yeah. We need to figure out better shipping ways. Unfortunately, during the holidays, it's outside of our control. I mean, we ordered something from Amazon. It was supposed to be on Friday, and it's still not here yet.
Yeah.
And so, even Amazon's having delays with shipping. But we do have a buy one, get one free coupon, BTB Tribe. That's not going on for very much longer because I need to shift my focus from TFR to iLife, and I need to start creating that affiliate program. And with that affiliate program, we're going to do buy two get one free for people, and we're not going to undercut people. So we're not going to do a buy one get one free, and then everybody else has a buy two get one free.
Right.
We're not going to do that.
We can't do that.
But if you want to put
That's
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 single bottles in your cart, type in coupon code BTV Tribe. It's 1,000 milligrams of 99% pure CBD oil. The interesting thing about this, I mean, aside from the reviews that we've gotten, which have been tremendous, is that we actually refine the CBD. We make sure that every bottle has 500 milligrams. Whereas other CBD oils that I found, the majority of them, they use a crude hemp oil. And so the CBD content can be anywhere from 3% to 12%. And some people, I have found some companies that are actually honest, and they'll say this has 6% CBD or 12% CBD because they're using the crude hemp oil, and that's all reliant on the potency of the plants. But a bottle of iLife may take 6 plants to make, or it may take 12 plants, or it may take 2 plants. It just depends on the potency of the plants themselves. So that's why we're able to do consistency where others can't, because they're just taking a bunch of plants and just making, the crude hemp oil with it.
First process oil.
It also doesn't have any THC, which you can't find any CBD out there that doesn't contain THC.
Right.
I talked to somebody who I was looking to have them make our gummies for us because I want to get gummies out to everybody. Number one, we need to use our formula because it needs to have the ayahuasca vine in it. That's what separates us from everybody else, is the ayahuasca vine, which acts as a booster for the CBD, which makes it work so much more. Number two, the refinement process that we go through, which others don't go through because it's just a much lengthier process. And number three, the taste. It tastes good. It doesn't taste bad. It doesn't taste like grass. It doesn't have that earthy taste to it, where it tastes like you've just ate a lawn.
It tastes like a light raspberry blend.
But I'd really like to do some gummies. But as I was talking to him, I said, he said, I can make the gummies for you. And he said, I can make it much cheaper for you if you use my formula, and I don't have to use your formula, because my formula is much cheaper to make and much easier to make, and that'll let you sell it cheaper to your people. And I said, well, can you guarantee that it doesn't have THC in it? And he goes, no, everything has THC in it. Everything we sell has THC. And I said, so people can essentially pop positive on a drug test for work, for pain management, for anything that's going on. And this person said, yeah, that's pretty much. And I said, do you put this on your website at all? I was talking to him as a wholesaler. So I was talking to him in a different capacity. And I said, do you inform your customers of this? And they said, no, it's up to our customers to, kind of do their own research. Because the way that I approached him is, okay, if I was to sell this product, what would I put on my website? Do I put a little disclaimer? Hey, this may make you test positive for THC.
Right.
Because I feel that honesty is, especially with something so important, that if you're in pain management and you test positive for THC, they're not going to turn and say, oh, well, that's coming from your CBD oil. They're going to say, you've been smoking pot and that's it. That happened to Cherie one time and her pain management doctor. And luckily, her pain management doctor gave her a pass.
Right.
But there's no difference between testing positive for taking CBD for pain versus testing positive for smoking pot in some cases. I mean, on paper, the DEA still sees it in the exact same way. So she just happened to get a pass, but we wound up giving her this after we developed this, and she wound up giving it to her husband, and then she started giving it to her patients as well.
Yeah, the pain management doctor,
The pain management doctor.
Yeah.
But it's a shame because I found that to be really dishonest, and it made me not want to do business with this person, even though he's got a huge manufacturing facility, and he can make the gummies for us, he can make the topical for us,
it'd be good for
he
us.
can make literally everything for us, and we can really expand our SKUs. But it's such a shame because branching out means compromising our souls.
Right.
And the soul of what this is. And this is
The heart of it.
99% pure CBD oil. It's made with love. It's infused with the ayahuasca vine. The ayahuasca vine is very sacred. It's so sacred that they have laws that it cannot be cut down with a machine. A shaman has to go cut the ayahuasca vine. And luckily, we have been in contact with a shaman from the Amazon for the last 12 years because we've been buying ayahuasca and making it ourselves, the actual ayahuasca brew. So he knows when to go out there, when to harvest it, and send it back to us. But this material is only found in one place in the world and has to be cut down by hand by somebody who's experienced and somebody who's spiritually experienced, and also cut down at the right time. It can't be mass produced.
Yeah.
So that's what Aya Life is about.
Yeah.
Aya Life is about the unity with getting back to nature. It's about healing yourself. It's about so much more than just a CBD oil. And I think that's why we've had such tremendous reviews on it. But how do we expand our product SKUs when you have so many people out there with the resources to be able to expand those SKUs for us, but at the same time, they don't have the heart and the spirit that Aya Life is all about?
Well, and
it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Which is why I think maybe at the end of the day, Aya Life is only meant for those who are supposed to have it. It's meant for the BTV tribe. It's not meant for the masses.
Yeah. No, I can see that. I can see how that's the case, but I can also see how we need to expand outwards, because ayahuasca is about expansion, whether that's expansion of your awareness of yourself and the awareness of the environment around you and the people around you and how you're interacting with them, and the balance within yourself of the different biochemicals that make up what your body is and what it's doing and what it's being at this moment. And Aya Life has greatly expanded that awareness for a lot of people. And I think without that element added to it, I don't think it would be nearly as effective for people.
No.
I think that's what makes
really,
it special.
I think it has to do with the process, with the love that we put into it.
Oh yeah, it does.
Shuri and I make
those crystals too.
Every single batch.
By hand.
And we test every single batch.
Mm-hmm.
And we put our energy and our love into it. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I think a lot of people already know. You get a crystal that comes along with it. And that crystal, it's not just something we just buy and just put into the package. We actually cleanse them. We charge them. Mm-hmm. We infuse them with energy. This seems like esoteric kooky stuff to a businessman. But this isn't a business. This is a lifestyle.
Yeah.
This is a part of spirituality. This is a part of the human experience. This is something to make the human experience better. And it's one of those cheat codes that you can use to rebalance yourself and bring yourself back to a place of oneness. I mean, I don't want to go into your medical stuff, but
go ahead.
I talked about it on Patreon, but I've never talked about it here on YouTube. In 3 weeks from now.
2 weeks.
2 weeks from now.
From today.
Shuri is having a very dangerous surgery. And we've been putting as much good energy into the outcome as possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first time the doctors have asked us for
power of attorney and living will.
Power attorney and living will. Before they've asked us, but they've never been insistent on having all that documentation beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And with the EDS, the surgery has to be done in such a close proximity to the vascular system that they're having 5 pints of blood on standby and a vascular surgeon, because there's a potential that something can go wrong. So in her, what is it called, advanced directive, she put
I think it's power of attorney, actually.
Chris must be in the room with me. If anything goes wrong, he must be able to touch me, regardless of COVID regulations, regardless of of sterile regulations, anything like that. He has to be able to touch me, because I know that I can bring my twin back, just like she brought me back from a couple of different places.
Yep.
But the fucking sole reason for this goddamn surgery is the fact that she's been dealing with EDS for 10 years. I mean, more than 10 years. It's just
My
the 10
whole
years
life, but
that we've
the
been
last
together.
10 years that we've been together, yeah.
And these fucking doctors have prescribed NSAID after NSAID after NSAID after NSAID.
Ibuprofen, naproxen, meloxicam,
Because they didn't
Toradol.
want to give her the dangerous opioids that are so dangerous, so addictive.
That you've been taking for several years.
It
No increase.
caused a hiatal hernia, and she also has a couple of problems from the car accident too. But the doctors themselves are saying this is due to too much NSAID use in your life.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of all these fucking doctors where she went there for help, and they turned her away and said, take some fucking naproxen, load up on naproxen, load up on NSAIDs.
Yep.
And that's when we developed iLife, because iLife has replaced NSAIDs in a lot of people's lives.
Oh, absolutely.
And had we developed this a few years sooner, we might not be in the situation that we're in now.
Yeah, I know.
But even though she hasn't taken NSAIDs in years, the damage from those NSAIDs are still there, and we have to deal with them now.
Yeah.
But iLife is, for us personally, it's our saving grace.
Oh, it's helping me deal with the inflammation so well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so much more effective than the NSAIDs for the inflammation. When you take into account the side effects of the NSAIDs versus the benefits so amazing with CBD, and then the side effects are so nil that I don't even think there are any side effects. I mean, it's, for me anyway, there aren't any side effects, and I get the anti-inflammatory effect. My SED rate, that's called the sedimentation rate. That means it's an indicator of how much inflammation is in your body. It's a third of what it was before I started taking iLife.
Yeah.
And that's something meaningful that you can see. You can really look at it and say, oh, wow, she, used to have this much inflammation in her body, and now it's this much.
The
So,
doctors are amazed at the functionality that she has,
that I'm able to do what I can do.
considering everything that's going on. And the thing is, we don't talk about this very much. We mention it every once in a while, but the pain that you're experiencing is worse than cancer, and unfortunately, it just comes with EDS. And I wish we had developed this years before, but at least we have it now, and we want to get it out to each and every one of you. So go to the checkout, put 246810 in your cart.
Right.
Click checkout, and I actually have more than 2 in my cart now. I have 4 total, and you type in coupon code BTV Tribe, and it will take 50% off.
All lowercase, all one word,
All
BTV Tribe.
lowercase, all one word.
And it'll take off half
Yeah.
of the whatever, how
So
many
if you're using
bottles you put in.
NSAIDs, if you're having issues like that, I mean, we've had reviews
Blood in your urine,
where
stomach pains. Yeah.
elderly people start taking it, and this is the BTV Tribe giving it to their parents. It's not people who know who we are or anything like that, and they're seeing vast improvements. One of our listeners, longtime listeners, Freeman, he gave it to a 17-year-old cat, and a 17-year-old cat is running around like a kitten again. It's life. It was the perfect name, Aya Life, because Aya has so many different meanings. Aya means beautiful. Aya are the angels that watch over. Aya from the ayahuasca vine. Aya has so many different meanings and so many different cultures and life. And it's really a water of life. And now that we're coming up to this point to where we have to deal with all this right here, I think was a gift from them on the other side, saying, you know what, damage is done, but here's something. I mean, I got the formula from hyperspace in an
you did.
ayahuasca
I remember
experience.
that night.
And it was specifically for Cherie.
Mm-hmm.
And then we
I asked
sent it out to people, and it's been amazing. I do have to take a moment and say, though, that we've been having some shipping problems shipping out of the country.
Yeah.
And it's nothing to do with anything that we're doing. We're sending them out same day. But there have been a few delays, and it's completely out of our control. So I apologize to anybody who's had to wait a little bit longer, but everybody's having shipping problems right now because of
COVID
the whole
thing.
COVID situation.
Yeah.
It's just it's preventing people from getting the stuff they need.
Right. It's very dangerous.
Even just
actually.
basic things. Our bed broke.
Yeah.
And it was just the wood underneath the platform bed. And we ordered a replacement, and it was supposed to be here Friday. We've had to sleep on the freaking floor with the mattress on the floor, for several days because, number one, like, it took me 2 weeks to decide what I want to do, if I want to buy a new bed or if I just want to replace the wood. And I tried fixing it, and I tried rebuilding it, and I tried doing this, and I tried doing that. And
nice
finally, I
bed.
was just like, you know what? I'm just going to buy something cheap and
new.
And especially when you come back from surgery, you have to have a good place to be able to lay down.
I won't be able to get
and
up
do all
off
that.
the floor.
Yeah.
I won't be able to get up off the floor after surgery because my stitches will come out because of the EDS. EDS means the tissues are really fragile, and after surgery, I'm really prone to stitches just ripping apart and coming out altogether. So, I definitely need that. And it's just one of those things that I can't really get all that mad at the person that sent the bed, because it's not the person that sent the bed's fault that it's not here yet. It's the shipping.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people
Person that's doing the shipping
talking about opioids in the chat, and I was very opposed to these at first until I saw what a difference they were making in Cherie's life. And when we found a doctor that actually understands her condition and actually cares, my view started to change significantly on that.
Yeah.
And it's not doctors in and of themselves that's fucked up. It's politicians.
It's
and
a
as we've
system.
seen through this whole COVID situation, we've seen doctors who are blacklisted. We've seen doctors retire and quit. My doctor was an old Native American guy, and he just retired, and that's it, because he didn't want anything to do with anything that was coming up. And I saw him as an elder. And unfortunately, after you get rear-ended by a drunk driver, you have no choice but to follow up with those doctor's appointments. It's vital for the car accident case. It's vital for the healing, and it's vital for all of that. So I was forced into the medical industrial complex on one night, July 4th, getting rear-ended by a drunk driver. I had no control over it. We were exiting. We were doing about 35. The traffic came to a stop because everybody was exiting to go see the fireworks, and this guy behind us, came in and just plowed at us at 80 miles an hour. And still, to this day, we're still dealing with all of that bullshit that happened as a result of that.
Yeah.
But it seems like we found really good people, though. Really good people.
Amazing people.
Who really care.
Yeah.
And people who understand Cherie's condition to the point to where they're like, okay, the DEA says this, but your condition says this, so I'm going to follow your condition.
Yeah.
The
This is a
first pain
palliative
management
situation.
doctor we went to when we were here in Las Vegas, I feel like there was a scam going on, because they were lowering her. She was between IoLife and what they were giving her in Idaho, which is where the doctor was that was giving out the IoLife. Between the two, she was doing great.
Yeah.
And when we moved here, You can see in the video, she's on fire. We're going out at 3 o'clock in the morning. Everything's going great.
It's like 115 pounds.
Yeah. So she gained weight. She looked great.
Yeah.
We were having great sex. We were having the best sex we've ever had.
We were having so much fun. Yeah.
That's when I started to change my views on this, because I was like, you know what? There's a use for these. The regulation is the problem. The politicians are the problem. It's not the doctors themselves. But this guy here in particular, when I went to his office, I was appalled. And I told Cherie, you are not coming here ever again, period. I walked in there and the place looked like a fucking crack house. And there were holes in the wall. And when we went to go sit down with him to really talk about the condition, because he didn't understand EDS, he did not want to hear anything about it at all.
He just shut down.
And he just shut down and just treated us like shit. And what was happening is that was not only a pain management clinic, but it was also a rehab center.
It was an addiction treatment clinic.
What he was doing is he was getting people hooked on opioids.
He was systematically putting people on them.
Then prescribing them Suboxone.
Yeah.
And Suboxone you have to be on for the rest of your life. And when I saw that she was going here, I was like, hell fucking no.
Yeah.
And we found the best doctor that there is here in the area, and they actually care about her. They care about her so much that one of her prescriptions for the stuff that's going on was out. The pharmacy called 2 weeks ahead to say, hey, your prescription is out. We're not going to get it anymore by the time you need it refilled.
You're going to need to talk
to your doctor.
Yeah.
And we talked to the doctor, and the doctor was like, no problem. We got you taken care of.
Yep.
All the stuff that you're going through right now, I can't believe that you're even walking.
Yeah.
And instead she's doing shows and she's doing all kinds of stuff like this. I mean, I feel so horrible for everything that you're going through. But I see that you've gone through it with so much determination and will. I mean, even, it's become more and more difficult to do the little things, like make a meal and do stuff like that. But even you were hurting really bad this morning, and I was stuck, working on TFR. I'd been up all night.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, and I didn't go to sleep until 3 p.m. today. And because I was working on something and I was so excited. And once I get in the zone and I start programming stuff and I start doing this and doing that, my focus is there.
Yeah.
You made me a meal despite, barely being able to stand up.
Well, I knew you were in the zone.
After the surgery, they're going to fix everything that's going on. And so,
I feel so much
that's
better.
It's going to wind up in a good place. But we do have the very real prospect of something going wrong. But I know we don't have to take NSAIDs anymore.
Yep.
And they want to turn to the opioids and say those are the bad ones. But it's the NSAIDs that are causing the
all
horrible problems.
That could end your life.
So I recommend everybody stay the hell away from NSAIDs.
And Tylenol.
Those are
for that
horrible. NSAIDs and Tylenol, both of those, horrible. Cyrus, thank you, Cyrus. Sending you lots of positive energy.
Lots of love.
We're pretty optimistic as to what's going on. Of course, we're a little bit concerned. The tarot keeps coming up really well.
Yeah. Astrology looks good for that date.
Yeah. We talked to the doctors, and the doctor said, you know what? In a normal circumstance, there's a 3% mortality rate with these surgeries, which is really good odds. With EDS, there's a higher potential of complications.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be complications.
Right.
Now, if we look at the way that we've been protected over the last 10 years, you had what was called an intussusception.
Yeah.
This is when the bowels telescope into each other. It usually happens with children, but with EDS, unfortunately, this happens. So the bowels telescope in each other.
Yeah, I was 29.
And then start to die at 29 years old. They took her, I took her to the ER on Saturday night, directly after doing a show. We went from the show to the ER.
Yeah.
They had the surgeon there by 4 o'clock in the morning and said, this needs to be done right now. If it's not done right now, you could die tonight.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was. She still did a show with all that, and then waited until the show was over, and then went
I want to
to
interrupt
the
the
ER.
show because I remember Donnie Gilson was on that evening, and it was a really good show, and I didn't want to interrupt it, and I kept getting interrupted myself by this horrible abdominal pain that just got worse and worse and worse, and finally they told me, you need to have surgery right now, and we think this is something called an intussusception. It's very rare, and it could very well kill you in the next 5 hours if we don't get you in there. And so they didn't tell me until afterwards that going in, I actually already had a 60% mortality rate, even just going in, because the bowel had already become necrotic. They didn't know this until they did the X-lap. It's called an exploratory laparotomy, and that's where they just kind of go in blind and cut you open and try to, see what's wrong. And they have to take everything out. And they told me, your husband's saying he wants to watch. And I said, no. I said, lie if you need to, but do not let him watch, because that would be traumatic for anybody to watch their loved one get opened up like that.
Well, the reason I wanted to watch is because I wanted to ensure that everything was done. I don't know what the books are, but I just wanted to be able to observe. If anybody made a mistake anywhere, I'd be able to observe that mistake.
Yeah.
I understand it would have been really traumatic to see your entire insides taken out.
Yeah, like that.
But you're my twin flame. And so there's nothing that is going to make me view you in any different way whatsoever. You have a few issues going on right now. I'm not going to go into the details as to what those issues
personal,
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is what they're going to fix. But I still see you as beautiful, sexy, and all of this. And you're like, I feel gross, I feel disgusting. And I'm like, baby, you're beautiful, you're sexy, you're, I can't see anything wrong with you. And maybe I'm just blind to what's going on, but I can't see anything wrong with you. You're still my beautiful twin, no matter what. And if you dressed up in some sexy lingerie right now, it would all be the same to me. But I know that because of what's going on the inside, dressing up in sexy lingerie would hurt the stomach.
Yeah.
And so I totally understand that. But I up until this point where we've actually talked about this, I don't think anybody's been able to tell. I mean, people can tell that you're in pain.
Yeah.
Towards
the end of the show,
sometimes you get that look on your face.
Yeah.
But I don't think people understand the extent of what's going on. So
I try really hard to, keep it separate, keep the EDS and all the medical and health stuff that I'm going through separate from my life, as if it's something that I'm going through, but it's not my life. My life is my tribe, my twin, my cats, my family, my friends. That's my life. EDS is something I deal with. It's not even part of my life. I don't accept it as part of my life. I see it as something I deal with that is like a side note of my life. But it's not, I really try to not make it the focus of my life.
We have a lot of great comments coming in the chat, and I want to say thank you. You've got a lot of people.
Oh, thank you,
There was
guys.
only one negative comment that I saw, and I was really disappointed to see that. The person said, you guys have lost your path.
Oh.
We reset the matrix. We did so with EDS. We did so with
a dislocating shoulder.
A shoulder that needed 3 surgeries afterwards.
Yeah.
I did so when I was 300 plus pounds. I didn't have any kind of testosterone rebalancing.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything. I didn't even have an aspirin to take. And I trekked through it, and I did what I needed to do. I did what I needed to do in the Luxor. We get up here and we try to elevate our tribe. We try to do all of this. And somebody actually has the nerve to say you've lost your path. I would say that it's you that lost your path.
Yeah, I don't think you know what the path is.
Because this is our path.
Yeah.
We're walking our path right now.
Yeah, this
And
path is hard.
we're showing by example, at least that's my intention, is that no matter what you're facing out there, no matter what life is throwing at you, you are the captain of your own ship. And you create your reality.
Yep, you determine it.
And these are things that are happening outside of ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But it's how you handle those situations
Right.
that change them and transmute them from a negative to a positive, or from a positive to a negative.
Exactly.
So I would really reevaluate that
That comment, yeah.
And I would look myself in the mirror, and I would say that same comment to myself in the mirror.
Yeah, I think so, because I know where I'm going and I know where I've been, and I am incredibly proud of who you are and who you've become and who you are becoming. I'm incredibly proud of that person, and I'm incredibly proud of the person I am and that I am becoming. And I know that the things that we are going through physically, and that's not just me and Chris, but all of you out there too, everything that we're going through, it's almost like it buys you a ticket to higher spiritual awareness, because the more you suffer, the more it opens up and expands who you are. And the more you not just accept that suffering as, okay, this is something that's happening right now, and that's okay. And it's not something that's going to keep happening forever and ever. It's part of this human condition that sucks, but it's when this is over, this is what I plan on doing with the extra time or extra energy or extra whatever it is that I have, that I'm not spending on this terrible thing that's happening to me and worrying about this terrible thing.
Wow.
So
April dawn, I was 476 pounds, hence the meds.
Oh,
2
wow.
consecutive high-risk bedridden pregnancies, and now I'm 222. You guys rock. This is an awesome divide and conquer those problems. Beautifully said, and
Congratulations.
congratulations. You see, this is what I'm
Much
talking
love
about,
to you.
overcoming all this stuff, because the path is the path. It's all these things are thrown at us to try to keep us off of the path. And it's how you handle those things that determine on whether you maintain your path or you don't.
Right.
And you just have to come to a point where you separate yourself from everything that's going on and focus on what needs to be done, while at the same time addressing everything that is going on in a manner to which you can continue onto your path. So,
Right.
example, when we went to the pyramid, I know I talk about the pyramid a lot, but it was a very epic time
It's
for me.
pivotal.
And you know, I can deviate a little bit into Crowley for a second. You know, I didn't realize this until Rock Castaldo pointed it out, but Cherie and I went to the pyramid about the same time and the same date as Aleister Crowley went with Rose. I don't know what the year was that Aleister Crowley went to the pyramid with Rose.
It was like 1929.
Yeah. But Crowley did something at the pyramid, and I'm not quite sure what it was. I don't know if he...
Oh, 1904.
1904.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and we went in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm starting to ask myself, did he open something that we then closed? Or did he turn the pyramid on so we could do what we needed to do?
Warmed it up for us.
When we arrived there was a low frequency hum, and you could feel it. You could still feel it was alive. It wasn't on, but it was alive. And there was a little bit of life left to it. And I wonder if they activated it to a certain degree and then allowed us to be able to do what we needed to do. Or, as some people are pointing out, Recluse said he opened a portal. That is true. We also opened a portal as well when we were there. But the portal that we opened was very specific to get to a certain place that portal was sealed off with a firewall, and then that portal was sealed permanently upon coming back down. So the portal wasn't opened for an intention of allowing something to come in.
Right.
The portal was open with the intention of removing the virus from the matrix itself and allowing positive energy to come in. And as I was in the sarcophagus, I got hit with 2 waves of energy. First was a positive charge, then it was a negative charge, and this is when my body was going out of control the most. So there was definitely energy charges there. I haven't read any of Crowley's work, and I don't know if that's by design, deliberately, my own consciousness not wanting to read Crowley's work. All I know about Crowley is what people have said about Crowley. But I don't know if he was nefarious or maybe not. I mean, I know that he was involved with some shady people, and that's suspect in and of itself. But I don't know who this guy was. But I know that it was very coincidental that he was there about the same time that we were, just in different timelines. I do know that the demons of the Goetia were present at the pyramid, and they were very upset that they couldn't get into the portal that we opened because we had the foresight to create the firewall. And they were watching, and their faces didn't move, but their energies were one of being upset. And there was a guy who was around us at the time, and we went in there blind. We didn't quite know what we were doing. We didn't know what our intention was. We didn't even think that that was the time we were going to go reset the matrix. We thought we were going on like a recon mission or something like that. But there were people working in the background who had other plans and other agendas. And he accidentally slipped up on a phone call one time. And this was right before we were going in. And he said, there are all these beings who are waiting to go up that portal with you. And there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, there's nothing they can do about it. And it was at that point that I said, oh, the people around us are not who we think they are. This has to be solely Cherie and I.
Yeah.
That's it. You guys and gals out there created the energy field that created the firewall. But we knew not to let anything into that portal.
Right.
And not let anything out of that portal except for the energy charges, which were the virus and the antivirus. Virus being expelled, antivirus coming in to do its work. So the transfer of energy, and it wasn't the most intense ayahuasca experience I've had, because the one at the Luxor Pyramid was more intense. But it was extremely intense because I was acting like a fuse. That's what Cherie and I had become. The pyramid is like a machine. It's not a spiritual place. It's a machine. And as a matter of fact, I might be able to pull this clip up. I don't know if you can pull it up real quick. You know the clip when we're in the Queen's chamber and you're talking in the hallway? If you can pull that clip up and tell me the name, I know I have it on my computer, but I can continue to just talk while you find that clip. Just give me the name of it and I can Google it. I mean, I can search it on my computer. But I was going somewhere with that. But, you know, Cherie stops us in the middle of the little tunnel going into the Queen's chamber, and I was exhausted. I couldn't walk anymore, and I'm the one, I think, who actually stopped us because I couldn't keep up. It was just so much trekking. And she's looking around and she's like, fucking Crowley, man, he didn't know what the fuck he was doing here. He's like, this place isn't a spiritual place. This place isn't, it's not some kind of holy, sacred place. This is a machine. This is a machine that needs to be turned on. And Crowley came in here doing sex magic and doing all this, and, none of that worked. This is a machine. It needs to be treated like a machine. And so when we got in the sarcophagus, we acted as the fuse, because the sarcophagus is like the little battery and it needs the fuse element there to activate it. It needs the positive and the negative, or the feminine and the masculine, and it's the two. You know, I don't want to sound egocentric when I say this, but there are a handful of twin flames out there. At least twin flames to the extent that Cherie and I are. We are one consciousness which came into the Matrix separately to hold a set of codes that were so sacred that they couldn't be put into one consciousness, because if that one consciousness was corrupted, the entire code structure is corrupted. Two consciousness, on the other hand, both hold a piece of the puzzle. If one of them fucks up, at the very least, the codes aren't compromised. But when we got in that sarcophagus, because we are one, we created that positive and negative fuse, which allowed the energies to pass in the way that they did, which allowed the changes in the machines to happen, which allowed the portal to open, which allowed, you know, all of that to happen. But we were sitting around and we were watching these beings that were very upset for not having access to that portal. And when we came back, Aaron Donahue was doing some remote viewing about the demons of the Goetia, and when I was describing them to people, people pointed to Aaron Donahue and said, look at Aaron Donahue's remote viewing of the demons of the Goetia. It sounds exactly like what you're describing. And when I looked them up, I saw very close representations to what I was seeing surrounding us. But see, the thing is, we had this firewall around the sarcophagus, and the firewall was the head of a lion, and it was spinning around the sarcophagus like this. So you could see the head, and you could see it spinning around the sarcophagus, and it wasn't letting anything through. And it was almost like they weren't even trying. Like they knew they couldn't get around this, but it was Sekhmet, the Sekhmet firewall. And it's funny because it really did have the head of a lion with energy. It was like, serpent is not a good word, but for all intents and purposes, let's just call it a serpent with a lion's head. But it wasn't a serpent. It was just energy that was moving around, and it was moving so quickly around and doing this as we were doing what we were doing, and creating this protective bubble. And these beings were watching, and I described them as grays, but they didn't look like grays. They looked like something else. They looked like some were taller, some were shorter, you know, and there were probably 72 there. I mean, there were quite a few. And when I looked up Aaron Donahue's drawings, I was like, wow, this looks very close to what I saw. So yeah, I don't know if Crowley activated it and then we were able to utilize it, or if Crowley opened something that we then had to go close. But there was no feeling of any malevolent beings in there. Even these beings that were there, they didn't have a malevolent intention. Like, they didn't seem like they were evil. They were definitely not good. There were definitely programs in the machine. There were definitely programs that did not need to be inside of that portal and were upset about that portal, not having access to that portal. But it wasn't like they were aggressive or even scary or anything like that. They were just there. They were just there observing, almost with a sense of like they failed, you know, like maybe they failed. I don't know. It's very difficult to describe it. I've been asking myself. Leonora said Crowley didn't do shit. And that very well could be the case too. Crowley may have not done anything at all, period. I just find it interesting that it coincided at the same time. And the call to us just came in an ayahuasca experience. And Ra was freaking out a little bit because we were doing it around the same time. And he was trying to relay this message to us, but I wasn't really, I was so focused on what we were doing that I wasn't really paying attention too much to what people were saying. But did you find that video by any chance? Okay. So it brings us back here to 2021 and Mark Sargent. And I think Mark helped to open up the consciousness enough to be able to reset the matrix. And what we did, we just did like the physical work, but the consciousness was already questioning the nature of reality. The consciousness was already questioning the nature of the world itself. And so since that was a thing, and since virtual reality technology had started to come out, and a matrix within a matrix was constructed, it seemed like the timing was right for the anomaly to take place, for the reset to happen. The question that I asked myself in retrospect, though, is whether we had done what we did or not, would the outcome be inevitable? Like, would it have happened eventually? Like, did we just speed the process up? Because this matrix is deteriorating. It was deteriorating way worse before. It was just deteriorating under the surface. It wasn't as apparent. The deterioration wasn't as apparent. Now the deterioration is very, very, very apparent all around. I mean, it's like the veil has been removed. So the deterioration was happening behind the veil. The veil is removed. Now you can see what's always been there. And so leaving it festering in the background, it's almost like having an enemy that's hidden in the trees with a sniper rifle versus having an enemy that's right in front of you that you can see. I think strategically speaking, it's better that we can actually see it instead of having it off in the shadow somewhere where we're not aware of it. We're oblivious to it, but it's not oblivious to us.
I found 3 other videos that are exactly like I thought I thought it was it, and then it turned out not to be it. So give me 1 second.
No, I can look around here.
Like I'm finding lots of really interesting videos, like the one from Sekhmet's Temple, Sekhmet's Chapel.
That was a really cool one.
That one's in here. What else? Oh, here.
I need to start working on this book, and I need to start working on this film.
Yeah, we both do.
If I can just be upfront with everybody, and this is probably going to be cut and put into our Patreon section, I feel like if I avoid doing the film, if I avoid doing the book, I'm buying myself a little bit more time. Why am I buying myself more time? I don't know. I know it's time to go, but I don't want to leave you guys and gals here, you know. But then again, I ask myself, what kind of world is this? I mean, you know, it's just, it's one of those things. It's crumbling. There's no denying the fact that it's crumbling. So how long do you stay in fact? How long do you stay in a cesspool? I mean, you know, it's comfortable in the cesspool, but it's a cesspool nonetheless, and it's toxic nonetheless. So eventually you're going to have to get out of the water, you know, because the water is contaminated.
I have it listed under Queen's Chamber footage, I think.
Let me see. Okay. I'm going to do a search for Queen's.
I'll upload it to the Google Drive real quick and hand you a link, and you can download it.
Okay. So what are your thoughts, Mrs. Gio?
My thoughts are that I'm really disturbed by something I read earlier about it was an experiment that was done on these mice, and I talked briefly about it, but it keeps ringing in my ears. And the reason why is because, and I know this is why, because I see so many similarities with their behavior in this experiment and the way people are after all of the lockdowns and having to stay home and being isolated from everybody else, and everyone's lives basically being lived on the internet has turned it into a giant prison, just like this mouse utopia, quote unquote mouse utopia, that he called Universe 25. And it was, I guess, the 25th time he tried this experiment. I don't know. But it was I think it was not an experiment in socialization as much as it was an experiment in how to destroy society. And they did it remarkably well, given that they didn't have to use any kind of punishment or torture or, deprivation of food or deprivation of resources to get it done. All they had to do was give them a limited space in which to operate and the inability to get out of that space.
Well, and that's what's sad is, I think this is the video. That's what's sad is that, unfortunately, like, society is self-destructive, and there's not really much we can do except for focus on ourselves and our tribe.
Right.
And as much as I want to go back to the days of waking people up and, doing all that, it's, the time is expired for that.
Yeah.
And NPCs are being sent back to Sophia. Organic consciousness is waking up and going home.
Yep.
And so, of course, when you're in a crumbling matrix, your avatar is also going to be crumbling because it is part of the matrix, which is something that they try to get us to veer away from leading into this time. Remember the whole
obsession with your body.
With the body.
Yeah,
obsession
and your
with
genetic memory.
Yeah, obsession with what you put into your body. The whole vegan, militant vegan thing. You're judged by what you put in your body. You're judged by what you put on your body. I remember when I first did the black fingernails, a lot of people were judging me by the black fingernails.
Right.
And it's like, what fucking business of yours is it how I choose to decorate my body? How does that take away from the words that I'm saying? How does that take away from the wisdom? It doesn't.
Right.
But it deters you from being able to observe those words, which may be an indication that they're not for you.
Right.
But as you said, the genetic memory of the ancestors. I actually have been writing this psytrance song, and I was looking for some cool samples, and I found this meditation, and I was like, she has a pretty cool voice. Maybe I can use a couple of samples in the psytrance song that I'm using, that I'm working on. But it was a meditation to get in touch with your ancestors. And to me, that doesn't make any sense because my ancestors are not my ancestors. My ancestors are the ancestors of this avatar. I have no connections to my ancestors in the consciousness level. I'm just borrowing this body.
Right.
This body has a story. This body has mechanics to it. This body has ways to change it, to fix it. This body breaks down. This body does all of that. But identity politics also turned into identity spirituality too. But it's always been identity spirituality when you really think about it, because what's the biggest thing? God's chosen people. That's identity politics on a spiritual level, which you think is complete and total bullshit. But everybody was pushed in that direction to identify more by the body. Here's that video that I was talking about.
No. Yeah, that's it. We were back, did we?
Yeah, we left our bags over there.
Oh, that was crazy.
All right, now we get to crawl back through the Queen's chamber. Ow. Oh. Hey, give me just a moment.
Okay.
So what are you thinking so far?
I've always known this wasn't a temple.
No, it's not. It's a machine.
It's a giant machine.
This isn't a burial place either.
No, this was not a This is not a spiritual place, it was a technological one.
Yeah. This place had a purpose.
And thus, anything that Aleister Crowley or any other stupid idiots try to do here meant nothing. It's all about the technology.
Why are the shafts so small?
It's not just ventilation. You know, according to Egyptologists, the pharaohs and their wives thought they could use the shafts to get out.
Yeah, but none of these are for people walking.
No.
None at all. This is for something different.
They also surmise that it might be people trying to use it for astronomy. With mirrors and things like that, being able to see the stars.
Yeah.
I don't think that's it either. I think when you have a furnace, even if it's electromagnetic energy, you're going to need a release valve.
This is definitely a furnace. That's what it was meant for. It was meant for
release
capturing
valves.
energy from the limestone that was around it, holding the energy in the pyramid, letting the energy run through these tunnels, and then harvesting it however they needed to. I like your theory about the idols. About everybody having a little idol in their house. That was a conductor of the energy.
Yep.
This is without a doubt an energy conducting machine.
Yes. And the water came up through the subterranean chamber, through the bottomless pit. That's where the Nile used to rise up. And then this place would heat up that water using electromagnetic energy, and then it would be dispersed through the king's chamber. And
King's chamber's made of all granite.
And all the extra energy that wasn't good was released through the valves, through the ventilation shafts.
Wow.
It was a self-correcting machine, too.
You hear that noise?
That's the camera. We messed up the focus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's it trying to keep up with us.
No, it's not the camera. I hear it coming from up there.
That's really bizarre. Is it the light?
Can you put your ear up to it?
It is the camera.
It is the camera.
It's autofocus.
Oh, okay. It sounded like bats. It sounds like bats in the walls. What does this say?
No, there's nothing living here. It's just graffiti.
You know, if I was a son of a bitch, I'd write Beyond the Veil here, but I'm not a son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
We should go do our thing.
Yep. Let's go even further beyond the veil.
I'm concerned because it's so hot.
It'll be cooler in the king's chamber.
Okay.
Just have to get through this. God, look at how swollen my face is. Ascend one more
flight of stairs.
Flight of
Made up of
stairs.
3, 5, and 7 steps. Okay. Where are we?
We are in the corridor, the tunnel leading to the queen's chamber.
We are, aren't we?
Yes, we are. The circle.
Ain't that some shit? I don't know, I'm gonna get through. I guess I gotta crawl the whole way.
My genetic mutations allow me to do this with ease. Careful, there's a hole there.
There's a hole, okay. How far is this chamber?
Not very far.
Oh my god, there she is.
And we just trekked up from the subterranean tunnel to...
This is rare footage, you
What
guys.
in hell?
Yeah, they've been trying to figure out what the hell these things are called. Now, check this out. Which way is north? I think this is north.
Look. They found something.
Yeah, they found something. There's this equipment.
I don't think we've ever shown this.
I don't think we have either.
Should I stop it?
Yeah, I think you should.
What do you guys and gals think in the chat? Should we stop
I was going
it?
to stop you before, but...
Or do you want to see what's in the Queen's chamber? Or do you want us to save it as a surprise? It was supposed to go in the film, but man, that was 2018. It's 2021. I don't know when this film's going to come out.
So the thing about the Orion constellation theory, somebody mentioned that is what I'm talking about in the video is there's apparently, if you look at it, if you were inside of these tunnels and you were looking up at the block, you would see a star map that would show you where Orion was, but it only applies to where Orion was around 10,000 BC.
Everybody's saying
or
keep going,
13,000
keep going,
BC.
keep going.
Let's roll. Let's see. Show us. Do it, please.
We'll play the rest of it after we get 10 Life sales. AYALife.com.
That's good.
No, we're not going to do that to you.
I know. I'm just playing.
All right. This is going to get cut, so you guys who are watching live, you can go to patreon.com/BTV Tribe. But, yeah. This
Oh,
is
I do
gonna
have
get
to
cut
take
out.
off, though.
Do you?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
Chamber's locked.
Yeah, I did.
That goes to another chamber.
There's a star map way down there. You see that plug? Oh wait, there's no plug on this one. It's got to be on the other one.
That is the plug. I just didn't realize it was that far down.
You can't even see it from here, but there's a plug up that little slope. There's a slope. See, there you go. You see that slope? That leads to a block that's been placed to block the way, to block the passage. And on top of that block,
Yeah, on
is a
top of the
star
block
map.
is the star map.
From
Look who came to sing.
10,200 BC.
She's like, ooh, the pyramid. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember burying my poop right outside of it.
Yep. You remember that, Jack, Matt?
It's best that.
Oh, it's Bastet? Oh. Oh, yeah, she definitely remembers. She's watching. It's like, what is all that shit?
Voltage meters.
I like boxes. I'm good with boxes.
Voltage meters here.
Oh, I love you too, Kenneth. That looked like a crash cart. That orange thing.
They're taking readings. They found something.
24 hours a day in this place.
No wonder they shut it down.
Yeah.
It's all coming in over here. This is incredible. $11.91, $14.99, or $19.91. $19.91.
Some asshole in there.
2003 is when they shut this place down to the public.
Yeah, it had been shut down to the public.
15 years is somebody without a sign is bad.
HIP Institute, Arab Republic of Egypt, Faculty of Engineering.
This place is giving off huge amounts of energy.
Yeah, it is. Look, there's an intercom system.
Yeah, they've even started talking back and forth to each other.
There's carvings everywhere. Here it is again. 14.
15.
1915. 1915.
No, that's 1915.
1915. That's incredible.
Now, what's interesting to me is that they have meters inside of these tunnels, inside of these shafts. I mean.
Let me see what that is.
The humidity.
Thermometer, humidity 62%.
Yes, it's very high.
You do it. It's the Queen's Chamber. You do it in that hole, I'll do it in this hole. Want to get a good shot.
That right there almost looks like a smokestack.
It looks like
See, that was a smokestack. That's
I wonder
burned.
if this was like a
Oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Fire had to have burned that for a long time. For it to leave that amount for that long. Carbon breaks down slowly over time, but that amount of carbon, you would have to be burning something for a long time.
So 30,000 calories and 11,000 BC. And these shafts were blocked at 10,200 BC. That means that someone came back in and put those blocks there after the cataclysm so that
I wonder where that tunnel goes and why they have it blocked off.
It's so that it couldn't be used.
I mean, that's like literally locked. It's one of the only, and there would be no reason to lock this.
Yeah.
Because nobody comes to the Queen's Chamber anyways.
Right. There's something hot down there.
I think she's turning back on. I think she's just waiting for the right conductors.
That's so neat.
All right, shall we proceed to the King's Chamber?
We shall.
Is there anything else? That subterranean chamber was amazing.
It was.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go do our thing. Let me film this too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go do our thing upstairs in the King's Chamber. We hope you've enjoyed this footage of the Queen's Chamber and the subterranean tunnel. Just remember, for more, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel as we see you even further beyond the veil.
All right, so we walk out of there, and we're talking about it being activated.
Uh-huh.
And we had already gone down to the subterranean. We'd gone up to the Queen's Chamber.
Mm-hmm.
This is the exit out of the Queen's Chamber. We walk out of the Queen's Chamber, and this is what we hear. I'm going to have to crank it up because when I uploaded this video, I uploaded it exactly the way it was. I did no audio editing to it whatsoever.
Hey everyone, Chris and Sherry Gio coming to you again from beyond the veil. I wanted to make one more note. We went down to the subterranean tunnel. We went to the Queen's chamber. There's a humming now. I don't know if you can hear this.
It wasn't there before.
It wasn't here before. Can you go to that tunnel right there?
It's coming from up there. It's coming from back there.
It's coming from the King's chamber.
No, it's coming from the Queen's chamber, the King's chamber, and the subterranean chamber.
She's alive again. She's alive again, ladies
We
and
have
gentlemen.
activated the pyramid.
Holy shit. Alright, we gotta get upstairs.
Yeah. Let's get upstairs and do what we came here to do.
Let's get upstairs. We love you.
Love you guys.
See you even further beyond the veil.
How freaking crazy is that?
That was insane.
That was insane.
I remember that night.
Hey everyone, Chris and Sheree Gio here, coming to you from Beyond the Veil. A few weeks ago, we recorded our first video in the pyramid. We were sitting right here. There was a grate right here. And we were wondering where this grate went. Apparently it goes to the Queen's chamber. We have managed to open the door. We've got that video for you. We're gonna have much more. We've trekked down to the subterranean chamber. Now we are going to make our ascend to the King's chamber to do what we came here to do. It's so hot in here. But we're the only people in the pyramids right now.
That's so neat.
Literally, everybody else is outside. We are the only two people inside of the pyramids, and it's all because of the BTV crew out there. Much love to you guys and gals. This is incredible. We hope that this footage really is remarkable footage. And you know, we were sitting right here and we were saying we have to get through this gate, and sure enough, what does the little twin think?
We did it. We did it.
We're stopping to smoke a cigarette, which I don't even know if we should be smoking in the pyramid, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. We'll be making our ascent up the Grand Gallery to the King's chamber. So we'll see you even further.
Beyond the veil.
That
That's
brings back
awesome.
memories. Thank you guys and gals for allowing us to reminisce, and I hope that you enjoyed a little bit of footage that has been unseen up to this point.
Right.
Unseen.
Yeah, unseen footage up to this point.
Yeah, I feel like we've talked about this experience to death. But
Yeah, we haven't.
the thing
and
is, it's such an evolving experience. It's such an evolving experience that it's hard to not go back and really re-examine it. This is the secret footage. So we live streamed initially, and then we turned the live stream off because we had Egyptian government watching the live stream, and so we cut it off, and then we turned on our own cameras, which were not live streamed. And there's actually in this room, this is the Holy of Holies and the Temple of Isis. There's actually hieroglyphs all around here, but I didn't see the hieroglyphs at all. You know, I thought the experience was going to be that we were going to look at the hieroglyphs, they were going to start talking to us, but they were nowhere. I didn't see the hieroglyphs until after the fact.
Which number is this?
I don't know, I think it's number 6.
So with Eye of Life, you get a crystal. And these crystals are all energetically connected to several different places. And we're blessing the brew. Which I remember one comment we got, because we played this once before. Like, I can't believe you're taking soda into such a sacred place. Taking soda. It's
Not thinking about the fact that this
our fucking
is,
heads chopped off if we took it in anything other than soda bottles.
and not just that, but this is, you know, Egypt. It's very difficult to get anything but plastic there.
Okay, I think
this isn't in the pyramid. Somebody said, how can you get a signal from the middle of the pyramid? This is in the Temple of Isis in Philae.
Yeah.
So this isn't in the pyramid. There was no signal in the pyramid whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, the pyramid actually drains your electronics.
That's why they installed the intercom.
Yeah, it was very strange. The Temple of Isis is an open air temple, and there was actually Wi-Fi signal there.
I think we better proceed with the tour. I think we've had enough rest, and I think we're going to have to disconnect the live stream as we continue to walk around with our tour guide, and he shows us what lays beyond the veil of the Temple of Isis. Thank you everybody for joining us and for taking this short break to just enjoy some of the energies and the quietness and beauty of this.
That sound is like nails on a chalkboard, baby.
He looks so beautiful.
Aww.
We needed the goddess to cleanse the temple first.
Yeah.
Get the water from the Nile. Inside one of the closets. Here, hold it.
Here's my tarot bag.
Straight up neo-Egyptian shamanism.
Yeah, that was like
Waters from the Nile.
one of the largest doses both of us have had together. I think it's the largest one we've had together.
People have been asking for our ayahuasca playlist that we used here, but I don't know. I feel like it's sacred.
It is.
Purifying all of the Christian evilness away from here. We're reclaiming this.
Look how concentrated that brew is.
Oh, it's...
Somebody was like, that's not ayahuasca. That's mimosa hostilis. And I'm like, yeah.
I
it's
chose
like,
the Atlantean. Hereby reclaim this temple. Bring the waters.
Oh, it's pitch black. We asked him, are you going to turn the lights on? He said...
Did you see the bat fly by?
Uh-huh. He said, not for what you were doing in there. I mean, pitch black. I don't know how I knew where I was going. I didn't have a light.
There's that evil temple. So the Christians, they took over this temple, they carved out Isis's face, and they created this altar.
Yeah.
And those rooms that we were in were the Holy of Holies, and they would do their blood drinking rituals here, and then pass them through the Holy of Holies where we were. So this was created by the Christians that had taken it over. You can see the cross right there. And so the first thing we needed to do was cleanse all that Christian energy out of it and bring her back into it. And she is in the water. The water is life. The water is also code, which I didn't really make this connection until I was watching. I was actually rewatching the breakdown of The Matrix 4 that I did. And I realized that in The Matrix, the rain is always there, symbolizing Matrix code. So when Neo gets into the car for the first time, it's raining, and that's actually code. And that water is Matrix code, and that's why water is the basis of all life, because it is code in its purest form. So when we did our rituals, it flooded for 3 days, and it rained in several places that it hadn't rained in years. The reason for that is because we were bringing new code into it. We were bringing the code of life into it. But in order to cleanse the temple, we needed to bring the code of life back into the temple. And while this was submerged in the Nile for many years, they actually wound up moving the entire temple to a new location because the Nile had flooded. The reason the Nile had flooded is because they created the Aswan Dam, but it hadn't seen Nile water since they moved it. And so there's never really been a cleansing ceremony, although there has been, it flooded under the Nile for a brief period of time before they moved it.
Is it an owl?
I think so. I say shot the sky. Record it.
You okay, baby? You can go. We're going to wrap it up here in a few minutes. Now, something interesting happens coming up. There's another place where we cleanse, and you can actually see smoke coming up. That part right there. That was something that they used to keep something very sinister in.
Yeah.
I think that's where they kept the communion.
Yeah, the communion wine, which is blood.
Blood, yeah. Here. And then we better drink.
Yeah, that place.
So that, they kept something there.
Yeah.
And as soon as she poured the water on it to cleanse it.
That was not dust either. That was some kind of different kind of smoke.
Pour the rest there. Not all of it. Save just a tiny little bit. But
It was bizarre. It felt like there was transmutation going on.
God, that's incredible.
And that a very big wrong was being made right.
You hear the bats?
Uh-huh.
You know what's interesting? There's 3 chambers. There's the one with the Holy of Holies and 2 on the other opposite side. The bats were not in the center one where we were.
Yeah. It's like they didn't want to be there. They wanted to be in these other rooms that weren't tainted by that energy. I didn't need to do anything in those other rooms.
No, we had one destination only. I think that was it.
2. That outer chamber and then the inner chamber. Ever since Alfred the Great, the Christians had a really bad habit of doing this.
So this is Sekhmet. So the Sekhmet symbolism was very interesting because we went to Karnak, and at Karnak, we were approached by some priests, and they said, come, we've been waiting for you. And they took Cherie, I've said this story before, so forgive me for being redundant, and they put the sycamore on her head in an ankh, and they led her around, and they said, you must come see Sekhmet. Sekhmet is waiting for you. And they were very insistent. I'm not one of them. I'm one of hers. And they opened up the door to the Sekhmet temple, and we did a meditation there. And we thought we were just being let in just to take some photos, but we were actually being let in to do a meditation. And we did a 30-minute live stream meditation from the temple of Sekhmet in Karnak. Mm-hmm. And there was this large Sekhmet statue there. And doing the meditation there, we were able to really pick up energies. And I was actually pretty surprised what she said. She said, I'm going to send my army again. Don't fuck it up again. Those were the words that I heard. Don't fuck it up again. And it's interesting to hear that. You know, you would imagine it would be something more like, oh, my divine holy child, you know, this and that. It wasn't anything like that. It was like two soldiers speaking to each other, saying, all right, I'm going to send my battalion. Don't fuck it up again. And so when I saw the Sekhmet statue, or the Sekhmet hieroglyph, I knew it was go time.
There she is, Sekhmet.
Uh-huh. Okay, it's time.
It's time.
Look, you can see the bats there too. I don't know if you could see them. There it is. Oh, I just missed it. Ugh.
It's time.
They keep coming so quickly. There it is, right there in the corner. There's one flying around right there too. And it was funny because we had a couple people with us, and then they wound up leaving us alone, and they were scared of the bats. And I was just looking around and just going, "Oh man, this is
They were cool. They were really cool.
Yeah. So we're gonna wrap it up. Mrs. Geo is retiring for the evening. So, yeah, thank you very much for joining us. And we had a great show with Mark Sargent. If you're watching the archive, we had cut out some, the majority of a lot of what we were talking about, because we talked about some controversial stuff. We also played some exclusive footage from the Queen's Chamber and talked a little bit about Egypt. And the total duration of the show is 4 hours and 54 minutes, so about 5 hours long. We're probably going to put about an hour of it on YouTube. So if you want to get the full show, go to patreon.com/btvtribe or subscribe to the channel and watch live, whatever you'd like to do. Our Patreons have been absolutely amazing. You guys and gals that have sent super chats, I know that I've missed several super chats throughout the course of the show. Unfortunately, it doesn't show me who sent the super chat, so I apologize for not giving you guys a shout out. I usually like to stop the show and give a shout out to the super chats, but just know that it's greatly appreciated. And it's not the value of the money itself, it's the energy behind it. It's the fact that people are resonating so much that they want to contribute some of their energy, and we greatly appreciate that. And especially with our Patreons, patreon.com/btvtribe, we do a lot of exclusive videos with them. And we really get into the deeper gnosis on Patreon. It's $3 a month, which is the minimum that Patreon allows us to do. But we recommend, $10 a month if you can. It helps us for motivation. And it's not financial. It's really not. It's just knowing that there's so many people out there who have contributed their energy, because money, to me, it's more than money. It's energy. It's somebody's life energy. It takes your energy to make that money. So when we do Aya Life, ayalife.com, and we get an order for Aya Life, we understand that we're giving you some of our energy and you're giving us some of your energy, and we're appreciative of that energy, which is why we pride ourselves on such great customer service. And we pride ourselves on understanding that the people that buy Aya Life are not just customers. They are family. They are real people out there. They are people who are contributing their energy.
Right.
Likewise, on Patreon, they're people who are contributing their energy. So when I'm feeling down, when I'm feeling overwhelmed, when I'm feeling like I got so much going on, I think about all of that. And I think there are people out there who are willing to put their energy into this. And that fuels me and that motivates me. And even with TFR, you know, it's funny because TFR is about 5% of our revenue. And I've put 90% of my time into it because there are so many people out there that rely on TFR, hosts, listeners, so many more. And there's more energy exchange here with Beyond the Veil, with Aya Life. But putting the energy out there is just as important as bringing the energy in. And so thank you for the equal energy exchange.
Yes.
And thank you for being part of the tribe. Thank you for being you. We love you and are very grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people.
Yes, we
who
are.
not only fuel us to continue doing Beyond the Veil, but also fuel us to help others out there too. Like on TFR. You know, there's a lot of people on TFR that rely on TFR. So we do it for them. So we take the energy and we pay it forward and we keep it going. And that's what it's all about. So head on over to patreon.com/BTV Tribe and sign up and get some BTV exclusive stuff. Kiss the one you love right now. You never know the last time is going to be. And we will see you even further.
Beyond the Veil. Love you guys.
Love you guys and gals.